Alrighty. Hello everyone, peace be with you, and welcome to this Jocko Club's livestream. Today we are going to be playing Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim Special Edition again. Hopping back into our story and discussion series, have a few topics lined up for today as potentials if nothing more interesting comes up in-game naturally. And then, as for today's story, we are going to be hopping into the Esbern arc, specifically Ratway. Probably going on for a bit after that, because we're just right at the very beginning of that. Picking up where we left off, this series has already, we're in episode 5 now. You can watch the other episodes if you're so inclined on our YouTube live channel, where it has been broken down into easier to digest chapter format. You can find the link to that in our Twitch bio. Thank you to everyone who's here. We hope that you enjoy the stream, and I look forward to spending these next 4 hours with y'all. Let's get into it. We got a little bit of buffering. We may want to drop YouTube today. We don't really have a lot of consistent viewers over there. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Here we are. She's still following us. So, where we left off, we absolutely know this person is trying to pickpocket us, but they have yet to make their attempt, which has deprived us of a fair amount of enjoyment. But nonetheless, we are on our way to find Esbern before the Thalmor do. We know where he is. We know he's in the Ratway. Hardly know what that is, but, it makes sense. A character like Esbern, if he's going to be hiding somewhere, it's probably not going to be in plain sight when it comes to the Thalmor, even in a Stormcloak-controlled region. And if there's such a thing as a Thieves' Guild around, it makes sense that they would have an underground, and that's probably where we'll find them. So, we're going to go look for that. Brynjolf has offered to help us out if we help him. I'd rather not. Seems like a pretty scummy individual, so we're going to try and do this ourselves. Interesting. Feel no need to steal from beggars, but perhaps one of them has seen Esbern quite late at night. That's quite the way to go. We will leave them be for now. What's this? Huh. Got a nice little shop down there. Actually, in all my years of playing Skyrim, I've apparently never gone there. Now, one of these doors leads to the Ratway, though. That's the one we're looking for. There we go. How are our viewers doing today? Hello. Oh, you are violent and belligerent. Belligerently violent, I dare say. Yeah, we will put you down. As can't remember his name. Leader of the Imperial armies, General Tullius is fond of saying. Get out of the habit of looting like everybody. Like RPG neuros. So we just heard some voices. Did not sound like that of Uthgerd, a female voice. We got no option but to jump. Well, we're gonna get out of here if we don't find a way to lower that, I don't know, but no reason to believe we can't, and you can always climb. Not really, but canonically. Door's trapped. Way to go over here. I am fairly inclined to try the trap door. That one's locked. For the fun of it, this is gonna be an easier lock to pick as well. So begin with that. Really around this trapped door. Or anywhere in here for that matter, though there is yet another trap in this very room. You may not notice it, but that's what that is all about. Light hanging over a fire. I don't know if Esquiva really thought that one through. Was in order to run. Excuse me, sir? Okay. Well. I don't know if I really ended him or if that was Uthgerd. We both knocked him back into his bear trap. It seems very ironic given that Uthgerd and I met by agreeing to an honorable Ow! Ow! I'm not a bear! Jeez. Anyways, honorable duel of fisticuffs in a tavern, and we both immediately decided this guy did not deserve that honor. We will gladly steal his gloves. I don't know what this man did to deserve that, but he did attack us. This is not quite the place where one gets into an honorable duel. Kind of just end the threat as quickly as possible. What? Uthgerd, what are you doing? Definitely blame her for that, not me. Wild axe in here. Perhaps it belongs to the pugilist, but I don't know why it would. Honestly, don't know. There will be a location of human sacrifices from the look of it, or executions. But who's doing the executing? Perhaps it's just where someone likes to cut their meat. You for... I want to wield a sword and shield. You're not the attire I would expect. Not the most proud I've ever been of a fight. You know, walking basically like a giant homeless shelter and just beating the crap out of every single person here. Okay, so that's the door that was locked. Also, these two had an agreement, or if they just like both had their own little area. If it looks like she's the one who controlled this. What's she doing over there? Honestly, don't know. Maybe she's just chopping wood, or chopping up skeevers, and that's where the blood is. That goes to the ragged flagging. Do we want to go down there? I don't see. We want to go. Oh, this just lets us go back home. So I guess we go to the flag room, whatever that is. The Dovahkiin wouldn't really know. The door's not really canonically labeled that. What's this all about? A lot of leather. Some odd vibes, but I'm guessing this is the Thieves Guild. Oh, that's not him. He's just a bouncer. He just put us through. We just look like we belong.
Well, if you like, take over operation for you. Take the source off your heads.
And lose out just I have no business
Interesting
any
place.
good. No thanks.
Well, if you want to find someone,
Not a lot of
back
nerve
to the barkeep.
down here. People tend to get hurt in the rat way.
I'm looking for an old guy.
A lot of old guys around. I don't really know how I can help.
I need to talk to him. I'm a friend. His life's in danger.
That's a touching story. Now get out of my face!
How do I force the issue?
Guys around. I don't... Well, when you put
I
it
guess I
that
can't intimidate him. I don't have the
way,
option. I can only
think
bribe.
know the old guy you're talking about. He's holed up in the Ratway Warrens. Crazy old coot from what I've heard. For that to stand out down here, he must really be off his nut.
Where does he live?
Holed up in the Ratway Warrens. Be careful. You're not the only one looking for him.
I have no option to ask him to elaborate on that, but, I guess we're heading farther down to the Ratway. Stream lag is real. May need to, put it off. Okay, we'll cut off YouTube. Sad. Skyrim is, you know, there's a lot, very intensive. A lot of CPU. We'll end that stream. This. Back to the studio. Stop streaming to YouTube. Stopping. Please hold. Here. Stopping. I don't know why it won't let me do it now. Totally. Come on. OBS, please. Yeah, dear. There we go. We're good. We're back. Thank you, Given. Ah. Pointy-eared fellows. Oh, that was a little bit premature on my part. Maturity and big sticks often seem to go together. You're like just whoop. Not to who is saying that to who, but if them were saying to us, that sounds a little bit odd, given that we are in, you know, the Norse homeland. Too late. I already snapped your neck, good sir. Now, gladly take what you possess and sell it. We no doubt murdered that man. We may have had to do the same ourselves, but I don't know that for sure. Well, it is tradition. I don't know if there are any more coming to follow us, but at least get one. The others got stripped. She doesn't get stripped because she's a female, but we can equal it out by making her the one we threw off the ledge. Gotta get it there. We're working on it. Yeah, I was a little bit overzealous there, you know, when it came to those swings. I just got excited. Oh, game. That was lame. Too long of a recharge. I was gonna wait and sit here and hold her and then do that. Oh well. Goodbye. Very well then. Off we go. Falmore clearly have a little bit of a lead on us, so we don't have much more time to waste. We're sending a message, okay? I wasn't wasting time. This is the way, apparently. I don't know if there's anything over there, but my marker says this way. Oh. Yeah, it looks like the right way. Probably Probably should figure out what's over here, though. Assuming we may need to come back up this way. Look at this, if any Thalmor. Ooh, chests. Oh. Like we said earlier, don't want to dilly-dally, so we'll go. Just the urge to pick all those locks. Find Esbern. Pick them all on the way back up. They're clearly lit up there a little bit. But, we know how to find the way back up on our way out. Assuming we can convince this old man to follow us.
Never find me.
Can I help you?
Come here, come here, come here, come here.
Sure, you know, we don't. I'm not your enemy, my friend. I'm not here to fight you.
Back off.
Alright, I'm not coming in there.
Yes. Book. Yes. Bucket.
I have a present
Yes.
for you.
Ink
A
pot.
nice, shiny present.
You are certainly an interesting character, but, he's already sort of confined himself to solitary, yeah, put himself in solitary confinement.
Closer. I won't bite. Promise.
I was gonna say we don't want to deal with him, but then he said that.
Tonight, my darling.
Oh, well. Yeah, he's a cannibal. You have no need to have a part of this. You... Uthgerd, no! Uthgerd! Uthgerd, you monster! You don't need to do that, Uthgerd. Let her go. Oh gosh. Uthgerd. Uthgerd, no. Uthgerd. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe if we start the quest, she'll stop.
Go away.
You call yourself a Nord?
She killed her. Maybe she had a knife? I don't know how I feel about that one.
I'm not opening this door. I told you to go away. I'm not opening this door for anybody.
Okay then. It's a little bit of a... You know, I suppose Uthgerd is not one notorious for knowing when to pull back in a fight. We will have to deal with that later.
Ah, indeed.
There's something Delphine told us to tell him.
I do remember. Delphine really is alive then. You'd better come in then and tell me how you found me and what you want. This'll just take a moment.
Happy to help.
This one always sticks. There we go.
Uthgerd, we need to have a conversation about what just happened. Once we're done here, you know, long talk about you murdering deaf old ladies with no weapons.
There we are. Come in. Make yourself. That's better. Now we can talk.
So you're in timeout. No, don't.
So Delphine keeps up the fight after all these years. I thought she'd have realized it's hopeless by now. I tried to tell her years ago.
You mean it's hopeless?
Have you figured it out yet? What more needs to happen before you all wake up and see what's going on? Aldwin has returned just like the prophecy said. The dragon from the dawn of time who devours the souls of the dead. No one can escape his hunger, here or in the afterlife. Aldwin will devour all things and the world will end. Nothing can stop him. I tried to tell them. They wouldn't listen. Fools.
Who is he
It's all
trying to
come true.
tell?
All I could do was watch our doom approach.
We're already aware that the end of the world isn't prophesied, so it makes more sense to ask him. Alduin, the dragon who's raising the others.
Yes, yes. You see, you know, but
Elaborate.
you refuse to understand.
Oh, well, I have to say that.
Oh yes, It's all been foretold. The end has begun. Aldrin has returned. Only a Dragonborn can stop him. But no Dragonborn has been known for centuries. It seems that the gods have grown tired of us. They've left us to our fate as the plaything of Aldrin the World Eater.
Makes sense that you would feel that way, given that the last known Dragonborn was the Emperor of Cyrodiil, who that line was broken, but a hopeless Esbern.
You are... Can it really be true? Dragonborn? Then there is hope. The gods have not abandoned us. We must go. Quickly now. Take me to Delphine. We have much to discuss. But give me just a moment. I must gather a few things.
Probably close this door, knowing coming.
I'll need...
Does that one be useful? That'll be useful. Anything we can take in here?
Where did I put my annotated
New
annual?
dagger of ice. Oh, it doesn't seem to be using that. Just gonna take all this stuff that he's leaving behind because no one else is gonna use it. Certainly don't want to leave it to the people in the Ratway. It's a public safety hazard.
One moment. I know time
Books here.
but mustn't leave secrets for the Thalmor. There's one more I must bring. Well,
The same line of thinking.
good enough.
He's
Let's be
mostly
off.
taking some potions, Esbern. Not to worry. See, Uthgard. Even the Thalmor are disgusted by you. Poor woman. Very well. Well. I'm gonna go round out some thin heads.
There's the blade's
Alrighty. You take that one, Uthgard. I'll take the wizard. Oh, you seem a little bit stronger than your forebear. I'm meeting the one that we encountered on the way down here. But, alas, that will not save you. Value. I don't know if I ever got a chance to tell them the Thalmor were coming for them, but they are, just so you know. Before we go anywhere, let's we had to unfortunately put an end to these people. We may as well we can from them. Chef outfit. Be nice. Nice to have, you know. Not in really any rush at this point. I mean, kind of are, because I'll do them, but not so much of a rush we can't, like, loot up a bit. You know, it really helped me, ladies and gentlemen, if I could go out that door.
Yes? We should keep moving.
Yes, we should. I agree. Thank you. He actually let me out. That was very nice of him. Oh, the poor deaf old lady was just like in this dark room, all alone. And Uthgard just straight up murdered her. Oh, she was trying to flee out the door. No! I suppose she did have a dagger. Perhaps she drew it. I don't know. But wasn't really much of a threat. Odd. Never expected there to be Thalmor out there. Very well. Continue on. Come back to this chest we tried to open earlier. Very good. Yes. Much gold. Blessed Iron War Axe. Take that. Not to waste time grabbing just random piece of gold off the table. We actually don't have as much as one might think because we bought the house. I'm not going to take that right now because I know from experience that that's a quest item and it will just stay in your inventory indefinitely. If you find driving to give it back. I don't want to take the time it takes to do that, so. Gonna leave that there. We know where it is if we need to come back for it. Driving himself shouldn't have too much of a hard time getting to it at this point. Yeah, really? Not too much to that second wave of Thalmor. I don't know what much of the point of a second wave was. Maybe he was a VIP, like an interrogator, the guy who's coming second. Wasn't really there to back them up in force or in terms of the search party, but rather in information gathering. Oh, we found the old man. What is this place anyways?
I'm listening.
Huh. I suppose I can work with your face. After all, the sculptor cannot always choose the finest clay.
Ouch! What are you talking about?
You were here to see me about your face. To have it sculpted into something more artful than nature has bestowed upon you. So, are you here as a client? Shall I remake your face?
I'll have to think about that one.
It's no small thing to submit yourself to the flesh sculptor's knife.
I'm just gonna walk away from that one. I guess that's something.
I'm listening.
No. Oh, you got nothing to say to me?
Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
Alright. This guy
Stay
was
out
at
of
the
trouble,
door.
or there's gonna be trouble.
Now he's got an option
Until
to
next
tell
time.
me about what's going on down here. Just randomly a bar. The middle of, well, yeah, middle of Riften. The underworld. First, I guess. That one was just walking through the water over there. Anything down here? What a quizzical place, Esbern. Alright, well, let's be off. Now, I do wonder how the Thalmor made it down there without getting attacked. Maybe the reason we were attacked is the Thalmor. I do wonder who these fellows were. I'll gladly take that orcish bow. Earlier. Could all sell for a pretty penny. Very well then. It's morning we've been down there for so long, apparently. Uthgerd, please.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. A letter. Not sure who from. He wouldn't say, just that he was a friend of yours. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
This is, about the oddest of circumstances I've seen. Oh! Oh, what an end! So I really don't know what just happened there. I got Uthgerd out of my way. I was concerned she was gonna, like, fight me, but she decided not to. And that courier decided that was the perfect time to deliver me a letter. And then this woman just attacked me out of nowhere too. And I plunged my warhammer firmly to her spine.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Well, let's see what she was on about, and then to see what the other person was on about, because apparently we have two notes to read at once. Good reason to believe the target will be coming to Riften in the next few days. Discretion is preferred, but elimination of the target is of the highest priority. The usual restrictions on exposure are lifted. You'll be reassigned outside Skyrim if necessary, without penalty. Do not fail me, E. Well, it's not the first time we've seen the E moniker. This is clearly a Thalmor agent. A third wave, I suppose. Don't know what she was supposed to do, the others weren't. She wasn't exactly stealthy about that. Well, this note cannot have come from very far away, if I cause a stir. They're writing to me about a stir in the Ratway. Demonstrate the power when you demonstrate the power of your Thume. Not everyone is anxious for the return of the Dragonborn. I, for one, desire to see you grow and develop your talents. Skyrim needs a true hero these days. Turn your attention to Valthume. I understand it holds a mysterious source of power that can only be unlocked by the Dragonborn. Sincerely, a friend. Well, very interesting. Perhaps we will have to take him up on that.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Still, I was curious how he heard about me that quickly.
Buy some armor and live
But,
forever.
Nope. Sorry.
regardless, authorities didn't seem much concerned about what just happened. So I guess we have nothing to worry about there. We now know Valthume is a place of interest, wherever that is. Valthume? I don't see it anywhere. Unless the quest marker has not been logged quite yet. It's not. Valthume. Huh. As far as I can tell, it's still not marked on the map anywhere around here. Very odd. Perhaps something we just have to find. Mark it, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I did mark it. That at some point. Oh. And that. But throw those on there. The bandit leader of Rift Watchtower. I don't know who's giving me that task, but I suppose I can do it. Wilhelm about Rada? Who are these people? And why is it not marked? I don't understand. Yeah, investigate Shroudhearth and Barrow. Oh, well, we'll see about that next time we're heading up that way again. There's the Rift Watchtower. I'll also do that next time we're on our way up to see the Greybeards. Really nothing else. Perhaps just waiting for me to escort Esbern before it messes the other ones, but let me see that one. Oh well. Guess off we go. Thank you to everyone who's watching the stream. I hope you're enjoying it today.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Yeah, okay. Good for him. We're already aware of them. Approached, invited.
A
fine day to you, friend. May you die with a
That's
sword in
Lisa.
your hands.
That is an epic greeting. I'm not gonna be honest. Why are you two here? You have a house. Maybe they're just coming to enjoy some time at the tavern, but was this logical enough?
Delphine. Why, it's good to see you. It's been a long time.
It's good to see you too, Esbern. It's been too long, old friend. Too long. Well, then. You made it safe and sound. Good. Come on, I have a place we can talk. Orgnar, hold down the bar for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure.
This way.
Yeah, she really is not hiding anymore. Openly carrying a blade sword. Just like everything but the armor. Weird that no one has come to find her here. Even close this thing anymore. Are you guys just gonna stand there, or... Okay. OBS real quick. Okay, picking up. Cool. We're good. Visual on that. One of them is going to lead this conversation.
I assume you know about...
Oh yes, Dragonborn. Indeed, yes. Oh, this changes everything, of course. There's no time to lose. We
Do you
must-
have a name?
Let me show you. I know I had it here somewhere.
Esbern, what?
Give me just a moment. Ah,
Mm.
here it is.
You brought him here for a reason. You know
This is
stuff.
right here. Skyhaven Temple. Constructed around one of the main Akaviri military camps in the Reach during their conquest of Skyrim.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Shh. This is where they built Aldrin's Wall to set down and
Patience
store
and-
all their accumulated dragon lore. A hedge against the forgetfulness of centuries. A wise and foresighted policy in the event. Despite the far-reaching fame of Aldrin's Wall at the time, one of the wonders of the ancient world, its location was lost.
Esbern, what are you getting at?
Man, talk.
You don't mean to say you haven't heard of Aldrin's
Let
Wall?
him cook, Delphine.
Either of you?
Let's
I didn't
pretend
say
you know.
anything.
What's Alduin's
I'm not
Wall
meeting with her.
have to do with stopping the dragons?
Oh, how conversations work.
Aldrin's Wall was where the ancient blades recorded all they knew of Aldrin and his return. Part history, part prophecy. His location has been lost for centuries, but I have found it again. Not lost, you see, just forgotten. The Blades archive
Or
held so much.
lost, you know.
I was only
Just
able to
found.
save a few scraps.
Okay.
So you think that Alduin's Wall will tell us how to defeat Alduin?
Oh, I see what he
Well,
means.
yes, but there's no guarantee, of course.
Skyhaven Temple it is, then. I knew you'd have something for us, Esbern. I know the area of the Reach that Esbern's talking about, near what's now known
You
as
didn't seem to
Karlsruhe,
believe him
in
earlier.
the Karth River Canyon. We can meet you there, or all travel together. Your call.
I guess let's go... Oh no, we'll meet her there because I got stuff I gotta drop off in Whiterun. Meet
Your
you there.
call. Might be safer to travel separately. Attract less attention that way.
Also less
Don't
annoying.
worry, I'll get Esbern there in one piece. We'll wait for you near Karthspire. Good luck.
Sounds good. You finally... Yeah. It does seem odd that she was willing to... Brought him all the way here. She wanted his input on the situation. Then he starts giving it, and she's like, What? What are you talking about? What's this just dragon business? I don't know. Ah, Delphine. PB, great to have you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream, and everyone else that's watching right now. It's got a bump in viewership by 2, so glad to have you both. Scoot up a little bit. Alrighty. I just dropped some stuff off at home, and then sadly have to go spend more time with Delphine.
Divine smile on you, friend.
Why, thank you. See, that is a person who knows how to have a conversation, a relationship. I mean, I guess she was fairly friendly to Esbern. You just didn't apparently expect him to have knowledge of the thing that he specifically sent me to retrieve him for. But, very well. You gotta find the time to sell all this stuff off screen. I'll get around to it. No rush. You don't need the money quite yet. Won't anytime soon. Basically everything we need. Anything to throw in here. Those right now. Or just and weight just for kicks and giggles, apparently, that we're carrying. These guys are also fairly heavy. I didn't mean to put away the letter. Those aren't heavy, but I guess I did.
Let's get going.
And do you have anything?
What do you need to take?
Dragon bones, perhaps? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Important because
Let's go.
very well end up having those, you know, or just say I can very much end up on a situation where I have too much to carry, need to give stuff to Uthgerd, and then she can't take it because she's carrying the skeleton of a dragon. So yeah, let's not do that. And now make our way over to there. So what's the nearest location we have as a fast travel point? Yeah, sorry about that. Paul does that to me. I guess there's not really anywhere better to start out from. We'll just ride from Whiterun. Viewers, how are we doing today? I am living it up in the land of Skyrim, and much nicer day in the real world than it is in... I forget what this hold is called. I guess it's the hold of Whiterun in Skyrim today, but I've been much enjoying it. Went to Spirit Halloween today. Picked a costume for Halloween. Looking forward to putting that on with the boys when I go out to celebrate. Indecent question for today. I'm sure we'll have more later. What are people going as for Halloween? Well, let me know. Is anyone doing anything Skyrim related this year? Part B. Suppose it's kind of self-explanatory. I'll certainly find out if you answer Part A, Part B, but you get the gist of what I mean. A giant camp over that way. Uthgerd can't really keep up with us, but I don't necessarily want her to, now that we have discovered that she is in fact a cold-blooded murderer. This is gorgeous. Even the rain. I actually kind of like it better in the rain, to be honest. Takes away a little bit of the ambient light that can kind of pull your eyes away from what's important. Scenery. What just happened here? It's a murder. Excuse me?
It's done then.
Oh,
We've been chasing that fiend for a long time.
a dead vampire. Well, that's actually a good thing. I did not Where the Vigilants took care of that kind of stuff.
Wherever the Daedra hide, the Vigil of Stendarr will cast them into the light.
It does check out. It just seems like it kind of makes the Dawn Guard irrelevant, though I suppose the Vigilant have more to do in general.
The mercy of Stendarr does not extend to Daedra worshippers.
Stendarr's mercy be upon you, for the Vigil has
So,
no despair.
Guess we'll have to leave the loot to those guys, but
The suffering the Daedra cause
All
will not
come
go
into the
unpunished.
you know, it's kind of neat that the Vigilant of Stendarr act as vigilantes in the game. And I respect that, especially in a land like Skyrim. I don't totally have a problem. Maybe vigilantism be a good discussion topic for later on in the video when we get to our break in the middle of the video. Live stream, I should say. Good for them. Dawn Guard specialize in that sort of thing, and unless Dawn Guard take out vampires as of yet. What's going on up here? Patrolling around up there. I don't suppose it's bandits we could rid the world of on our way. Hail. I am Jack of clubs. Who goes there? What is your business in this? Oh dear. Doesn't look quite friendly. You have a permit. Speaking of vigilantism. Oh, well, they attacked me now. I figured as much. Well, this is what we put our excess loot away for. I gave him a nice little spanking. I don't think so. Ooh. Yes, please stay up there. Please, please, please. I really want to Fusra you. I'm sure it does, but it's gonna have to wait a little bit. For you, it's a shame you're not going. That fellow is long gone. Pass this one off the rampart. Let's see if we can't get some practice with our bows here. Shall we? Something neat I learned about Skyrim the other day is that apparently you get shot with an arrow, and every now and again, I claim that one Uthgard, both of us were flying an arrow there at the same time. I claim it. Every now and again, it will let you, like you'll get the arrow put into your inventory. So, we cleared the area of bandits, the outside anyways. The prison is a nice place to go next, like a prison break. Anyone really stuck in here? Looks like they're just imprisoning other bandits thus far. Adios. Should really make like a mod where just Fusra is changed into goodbye in a bunch of different languages. Dodge and weave.
I love a good fight.
Do you? They're not really heading in my direction. Oh, what the? Oh, it's a troll. Oh, if you wanted the guys to save you, you should have thought about that before you became a bandit, huh? Really impressed how much you suck. Like, look how much damage he's doing to me. Versus, look at that. Look at you, punk. You're a joke. Well, I gave him a nice little kick into the wall after that. We liberated the prison. Nice loot there. Decent loot there. Not much we can really get from the bandits here. Bandits are bandits. Oh. This is likely a deceased innocent in here. Greetings. Hi, elf. Only the Thalmor spend as much time protecting their people as they spent hunting ours. Uthgerd. There you go. Gonna have to Fusro die you again. Or Hunter. Left him with his pelt? The purpose of putting him in here, I guess, for ransom. Really shouldn't be looting those bodies. Should probably be leaving that stuff for the families. So we're gonna call those loots not canon. Not bad. Not even worth looting. I'll take that. Those who do deserve somewhat of a stipend for taking out the bandits. Yeah, that's fair. Eventually recanon the event, but leave that one. Don't know how I feel about it. Don't care to take the time to think it through right now. Other business to attend to.
What was that?
Keep going through. I think it was.
Win this.
Which was death, and I am inevitable.
I love a challenge.
Well, you'll certainly get one of those. Whether or not you'll be able to overcome it is significantly more questionable. I don't even feel like a sense of urgency to find you. Scouting the place out for loot. Oh, you are a little deadlier of an opponent. Okay, Uthgerd, help us out here. If you care to. At least he registers me as more of a threat than a horse did, way back when. Oh, your friend has finally come to your aid, now that we've already obliterated you. And from the... oh dear. That's the word I'm looking for. From the ropes. Now the question is, does it really make sense to call them highwaymen? Like, do they have highways? There's no cars. They have roads, sure. Is this a pedestal? Where does this go? Here. Ah, a spooky man. Oh, that was disappointing. Ow! That hurt. There we go. Tactical Uthgerd. Here's a moment we've been waiting for. Theoretically. I don't know if it'll let me... This is for science. This is science right now we're doing. No, it won't let me do it while I'm holding something. So when the game decides that, like, me just, like, bumping something I'm trying to carry means I automatically lose my grip. That's the game's logic, but when I Fusro die, nothing. I'm holding on stronger than that, which canonically means that me bumping a cup into a wall is more destructive than a Fusro die. You want to remember that. If you have anything juicy, far. We haven't explored everything, I don't think, quite yet. Perhaps we have. I don't know.
What was that?
No, not yet.
Now you're mine.
I knew you were there. Very generous of me. What are... Agnes? Oh, he has no relation to the man I just broke the neck of.
I just cook and clean and do whatever it is they ask of me.
Suppose I can't begrudge you
I
that.
can't even keep track of all the people who have been in out of this fort. They come, they go. I barely notice.
So she, I mean, she could be considered under duress, but she doesn't really seem to care about the duress of abetting their murder of people. Which doesn't make her, like, an innocent human being.
Hard enough to keep up with who owns this fort. One side takes over, the other runs away. I tell them, I ain't leaving. I come with the place. Ha!
I guess that's somewhat fair, so I will just steal everything of hers that is valuable. A fine for her behavior and be on with that. I guess. Let the authorities decide what to do with her. Meantime, keep purging the place of bandits. This one side or the other keeps taking this place over, so it's odd that, I suppose maybe she's referring to bandits versus the Whiterun authorities, but it just doesn't seem to make sense to me that the, bandits could keep retaking it, so I feel like she's referring more to the Stormcloaks in the Empire, which I don't know what's even more odd, that bandits could overrun the place. Not totally impossible. If you're embroiled in a war, I could very much see someone not feeling the need to come take this location. Though, undoubtedly would be of decent help, you know. Strategically valuable position. Suppose if the Empire is the one who normally holds it, they consider Whiterun fortification enough. Ow! Yeah, I saw it and did nothing about it. Give me. Care of that one. Hold on, what? Okay, we're fine. That's a way one could sneak in, if they were so inclined. Ooh, we have to level up. I talked that earlier, but didn't mention it, and then I forgot about. Ow! Why did it reset? How bear traps work? Me not seeing things. Oh, dear. What? Okay. Well, I'm a lot happier to have come in here now. What the? Pretty accurately described as a what the hell situation. Just a couple people burned alive? Bandits are far worse than I thought. Old Imperial swords here. Oh, I guess we kind of know who the last people to hold this place were before the Empire. So she just sits there in the other room while the bandits casually burn people alive in just one room over. Been here before, apparently. I hadn't noticed it. That's where I came off the rooftops. That's where I came in. I see. Well, okay then. Satisfied that we killed everyone who had any responsibility in what we just saw. Let's say we're ready to move on. That was a happier decision on my part than I was anticipating. Though not happy for a desirable reason. Guys, orcish arrows. We'll leave his body there as a warning to other bandits who may attempt to use this location. There's something somewhat undesirable about the state of the Empire that those bandits were allowed to linger there long enough to set up such elaborate fortification. Suppose a lot of them could have been left over from the Empire. Aim us over there. We don't want to engage those. So there is a dragon? Just hovering about. Oh, that seems something more like what we ought to take care of. Mammoths, and especially the giants that defend them, may very well be a threat to us, but they're a pretty good knack for taking out dragons. I'm sorry? Hang on here. So I shouldn't have attacked so willy-nilly. I just kind of assumed that skeletons would be aggressive, and the other one is now, but this one wasn't. Well, don't ask me how I know from experience that horses are quite a decent threat, but I do. Looks like someone was getting a little bit ahead of themselves in conjuration magic there. Himself killed trying to conjure up some skeletons to do definitely probably nothing good. Though, because we can't judge him to be certain, you know, could have been trying to perhaps recall a family member from beyond, though. Not a recommended practice, not one going to lead to good circumstance. Laws of necromancy are another subject for another time. Sleeping tree. How interesting. Still want to avoid the giants as much as possible. They seem to be squarely set up there, so I don't know how we'll ever explore that location. It looks like we're about to get involved in a fight between giants and Imperials and a dragon. Okay. I may regret getting involved in this fight, but we will nonetheless do so. We are Dragonborn, and this is our duty. I just hope that the giants don't take to fighting us. Why is the dragon registering me as a greater threat than the giants? I can assure you that that is not quite accurate. We may very well soon find out. The giants aren't attacking us yet, though, so far so good. Do this. He's landlocked now. It's only gonna be so long before the giants end him. Which they have, and now we want to skedaddle before the giants decide that we are encroaching too much on their territory. Might have to come back at a later date. That's an epic shot right there. This Imperial Looking if you didn't know what was going on, being escorted by two giants. That would give me a much more confident than I currently have impression of the current state of the affairs of the Empire.
What do you need to take?
Way to do this. Oh. I just got an email asking me to verify logging into an account of mine that I did not try to log into. I'm gonna keep an eye on that while we're here. This one would not be bueno. So we took care of that dragon. Usually dragons don't just come out of nowhere there. There's usually something they're guarding. We had dragons down. We can't find that or return to our horse. Well, this is where he came from. That's where the Imperials were, perhaps. Oh, they were guarding a noble. Sadly, I have to say that noble will not have both his guards, but they seem to have defended him decently enough. He's alive. I would not necessarily credit the Imperials for that. Well, actually, it seems nothing of value can be taken other than simply the remains of the dragon himself. At the very least, we took down a dragon and one powerful enough to have a name. A name that will now be forgotten to the annals of history. Especially since I did not take the time to read it. Kinda did. VUL. And then in there, maybe a J. I think an O and an L. Lest we continue back on our way along our long journey. I'm halfway there now. I don't know about anyone watching this, for I'm another dragon? Well, let's make haste that way. Seems Alduin has been very busy. But maybe that's just him flying away from raising the last one. He's certainly moving. He's either staying in one place and just bugging out, or he is moving away at such a pace that he's perfectly keeping up. My horse is perfectly keeping up with him. Well, Uthgar take care of those wolves. It seems like an interesting monument, what we just passed. Sadly, we don't have the time to scope it out. Perhaps on our way back, we'll check it out. Right now, I'd like to gauge his dragon, who, based off his actions coming down from the sky, he's said to be engaging someone else right now. I do not know who. Was very expertly dodging these wolves, if I might say so myself. It might be attacking the guards of Rorikstead, if that's what this is. Perhaps this is the town we were sent to meet them at. Rorikstead. The wolves following us? I can't tell. That's different. Apparently Alduin is currently in the process of raising this dragon. Not too late to stop him, but not too late. He hits off on this dragon before. Fully awake and aware. Oh, he is now. And he is not happy. The wolves may still be following us now as well. Oh, Alduin himself chosen to use better things to do than take out his gravest threat while he has another dragon backing him up. Perhaps he's that arrogant. Perhaps he's that afraid. Likely the former. The future events will form. I suspect that he ought to be the latter. Perhaps not necessarily at this point. Come on. Speaking of cowards. Didn't mean to switch out my mace for the switch out the healing. That's all right. My life easier when he comes back down. Have to switch two, just one. I suppose it would either way. Got back. Ah, it was poorly timed. Should have done that while he was doing his shout. Are those wolves still following us? There's a red dot down. Odd. None of the people of Rorikstead seem engaged in this. It really was just Alduin doing some sort of summoning ritual. Oh! Hello! Dragon bum. For all of Uther's faults, I do kind of want to be in the front to soak up the damage. Feel bad making my companion do it. It's not right. Absolutely necessary. Alright. Another dragon down. 2 dragons in one trip. We haven't even made it to our location yet, where I'm guessing there's going to be a 3rd dragon. I don't want to take dragon scales, I want to give them bones to be more specific, because I don't want to be horribly encumbered. Very good. Well, let's unlock Rorikstead as a fast travel point. That I did. The impressive physics of Skyrim horses. Can climb mountains, but can also at the same time run straight over crops and not destroy them. More wolves up ahead. We'll see if Uthgerd has any interest in doing her job this time. Enabling me to not have to deal with them. No, apparently not. You can swing off horseback? That's never something you could do in the original. I don't recall it being so. Epic! Man! What's the extent of this? Anyone in chat know? Am I like able to get a damage boost from that? Please? I so badly want to go like full knight now on cavalry charge. Something they've never had really in an Elder Scrolls game. Is a cavalry class. Oh! I thought you were something else given that you weren't attacking me, but he just decided to wait for me to talk to him. Are you sure that's a bright idea, my friend? Need to go boom! I'm curious about like that one bandit that's just dead. Center here. What did he die of? A lot of gold there. The other bandits jumped that bandit? Was this guy a bandit? Yeah, he was. Alright, Uthgerd, target practice. She's 1 for 1, or 1 for 2. 1 for 3. Come on, Uthgerd. 1 for 4, 1 for 5. 1 for 6. 1 for 7. We'll give her till 10. 1 for 8. Uthgerd, I'm being hit now. 9, I believe, and 10. Okay, Uthgerd. Did she die? Did she survive that? No. She just needed a second to process, you know. I feel her. Takes a second to process being chucked through the air by some random burly man yelling at you. My horse go. For all the capability you have of violence, horse, choose the oddest times to withhold it. Oh, off we go, continuing on the road. I'll take a left here? Oh, we're going in very much the wrong direction, just following the road. Yeah, we're gonna hard to port that way. Probably not somewhere we can just follow the roads to. Hut up here? That's showing on my map. I don't know. Time will tell. Strong winds coming in. Gorgeous. Feels like fall has come as much in Skyrim as it has in real life. Skyrim does feel almost as in being in perpetual state of fall. This is odd. I'll let Uthgerd finish that. Hello? Someone in need of help here. Just have a rather gnarly infestation. Whoever lived here, go off. Well. Oh no! Lund! He just overrun with skeevers? How does that happen? It got him in his sleep, of all things. Were they his pets? Oh, we'll take our tax for clearing this area out. Leave the rest of the family. Gotta be like a book here somewhere. Oh, did he have a child? Quite sad. Did he die in his sleep and then the skeevers just moved in? If so, where's his child? I suppose having a boy's cloak doesn't necessarily mean no parent. Perhaps he just a nephew or a niece somewhere. Actually, boys, so nephews. Or it could be something more dastardly, in that he very much deserved what he got. But it didn't seem like there's any book in there explaining why he had so many skeevers about. Doesn't seem like they were his pets, at least not as far as we know. Oh, very well then. We'll carry on. That rather odd encounter. I think someone would notice too, given how close he is to Rorikstead. Saltado? I've been a nasty girl. Nasty, I've been a nasty. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Coming in hot. Love to have you, Exaltado. Great to see you. Is that a song lyric, or are you just, you know, speaking from the heart right there? I am doing well today. How about you? It's a great pleasure to have you joining us for Skyrim. Good to have you back. One day is automatically better by you being here. It's been a good day. Went to Spirit Halloween. Early voting has started, so I've voted in my voting location locally. Got that taken care of. Did my civic duty. Went over to the neighbors to talk to them about using their property for hunting in the coming days. I have plans to go. Oh dear, we're just I'll have to get back to you. I seem to have stumbled into some other nasty girls today. Alright, oceans. Yes, there's waterfowl season where I am. Doing some shotgun hunting one of the mornings of this week. And looks like, so basically my family has a pond. And that's usually pretty good for waterfowl, but we would like to, my buddy and I would like to go somewhere else because our neighbor has a far bigger pond that the geese tend to prefer. So it'd be nicer for us to hunt out there. So I went and approached them today. They were very nice about it. Even welcomed me into their home. Got to meet their son and their dogs. 10 out of 10 experience. Gotta love country neighbors. Hunting is always an interesting ordeal. You know, I gotta wake up really early in the morning. An unfortunate part of it. Please stop killing my horse. I'm glad that those lyrics really speak to your heart. I guess I should say that I'm glad, I suppose. I don't know that that's something we that you would consider yourself glad about. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but at least it resonates, you know, that's something that's always good. What was the, No, I get you. Same here. Is it about, is Evelyn her name? I forget the name of the person we were talking about, the ex from last week's stream. Flawed Varla Stone. I have no idea what that is, but it apparently sells for 1,000 gold, so I will take that. So normally I have a policy of not stripping the people in Skyrim, or the females in Skyrim, for the sake of their gear to sell, because it's kind of, you know, indecent thing to do to a lady. Hey, Gibbons here. That's where he is. He is watching today. It's mostly a single player game. You could really do this multiplayer, but I wanted a day where I had both more time to like discuss deep topics with the community, and also, you know, Gibbon can't be here all the time. He has a different occupation. This stuff sells for a pretty penny, so we will take that. All this stuff meets our criteria of sellable. I don't want to over-encumber myself already. Actually, the Force 1 armor isn't 10 times the weight value, so I guess I shouldn't be taking that. I also just accidentally took an axe that I don't want. Or Force 1's Forsworn. Blah blah blah. Weapon. Sword. Thing. So we'll store these away, because we don't really need that weight right now. Nice. Yeah, we're in episode 5. I just posted the last one you did of episode 3. So we got one more to go. Reed King. Heck yeah, I'll take that book. Don't know who the king in reference is. It probably is the King of the Reach, I'm gonna guess. Knowing a little bit of my Skyrim lore. Not gonna deep dive into that right now. Maybe I will while we walk, but we got other stuff going on. Exaltado has an IQ of 87. That checks out. At least it's, or 87%, I should be more specific. We haven't yet come to a consensus on what 100% is, but it seems like you're at least that smart, if not smarter. Yeah, hope things are going well for you, Exaltado. And we will, very soon, thanks to Given, have more episodes of Skyrim to upload. World to enjoy. The last video has 22 views, so that's pretty good for a baby YouTuber. Credit to your editing, to be sure. Where are we going? Many a side quest undertaken today. Yeah, the first one didn't really wear enough clothes for me to be considered stripping them when I take them off. That is their nature. Oh! Big kitty! Anger kitty! Okay, well. I know this isn't very Dragonborn behavior, but hear me out. We're just strategizing. We're gonna bring them over here. And then, we're gonna do what a Dragonborn do. Find a creative way to defend our horse. And launch the kitty. Yeah, he gone. Oh dear. Is he alive? No, okay, good. I would have felt very bad. Disturbed that creature in its natural habitat and then just left it to have all of his bones broken. Given can attest that it is not the first war crime I've committed against the animal kingdom. But that one was much less heinous than my last one, so I'll take credit for that. I want to get down there myself. I have not yet determined, but we'll use our horse for one. Has the ability to defy physics. Yeah, I do kind of feel bad, though at the same time, he was also trying to murder my horse, so he only gets so much mercy. Can I shout while on horseback? I can draw my weapons. Something an oversight that I can't use my mouse. Apparently I have enough limb independence to like use my arms while also riding a horse, but not enough to shout, to use my voice. Takes your whole body, I guess. Very involved. I'm just riding through this village here who just witnessed a saber cat launch through the air into the middle of their village. Greetings. Is that another dragon, or is that just like... It's another dragon! Okay, dragon number 3 on this trip. Though he just kind of disappeared for a second. Now reappeared. Ow! Ag Raven! Nasty lady. Guess we're gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because this is where they told me to meet them. That is Delphine and Esbern. So we'll let the Forsworn fight the dragon for me for a little bit while I deal with this creature. A little bit of distance. No, I can't. Yeah, I feel bad, like letting my horse take the brunt of the damage. He just charges in there, you know. He's just an animal. He has no concept of strategic engagement and disengagement. Her claws do not do a lot of damage. Good to know. There's a frost dragon just raining hell on the local Forsworn, which is not something I'm going to complain about. Is that Uthgar talking, or is that Delphine now? So not often do you get a chance to loot a giant. Giant's toes are useful for crafting, so we're just going to casually cut that off. Is that Uthgar yelling at the dragon that she's going to destroy him? It's kind of epic. It was not totally unwarranted. It's certainly a group effort when it comes to slaying a dragon here. The Forsworn are so far ignoring us in favor of the dragon. I'm kind of inclined to just let them duke it out. I mean, I've got no need to help them, though. Looks like the village is getting involved. No, that's Delphine and Esbern. Okay. Which makes it once again unclear whose voice we were hearing earlier. Is the dragon gone? That's sad. No, they're still looking for him. I think. Maybe? Well, let's get this party started. She did not go as far as I wanted her to. I will level up once we're done here. There's our friendly dragon. I think that flame atronach that showed up was Esbern's. Stop attacking my horse! You degenerate scum! So the Forsworn are basically worshippers of witchcraft. The highest ranking individuals are those hag ravens we've been fighting, who are witches who have been such good witches they've transcended from being mere mortals into a different sort of creature. Get a stamina potion while we're in here. Potion of health, potion of healing. And, as well... No, we don't want that. Well, maybe we do. Yeah, let's do that one. Just for fun. Increase our damage a little bit. And equip this with some lightning. Yeah, there we go. We've been taking a very, even keel approach to our stats, so... We have about as much magicka as we do stamina, so it makes sense to rotate between the two. These guys are definitely softened up by the dragon, because they're going down a lot easier than I've known them to. Oh! Lovely jubbly! Eviscerated her. Very well. Okay, is the dragon still here? Fighting Delphine and Esbern, maybe? My hypothesis. No, there's a Forsworn up there. Who's he fighting? If someone's going on in chat, I can't really see it right now. For some reason, it scrolled up on YouTube. I just scrolled down or brought it up on my phone so it doesn't happen again. But sometimes it does that when I do borderless and I'm scrolling up and get. What? What? That's lame. Okay, well, apparently it's good to know that that dragon is capable of taking out half of our health. You have never seen gameplay of Skyrim. Wow. We're all the way back here? Okay, that's wild. Well, we ain't doing all that again. I'm just gonna skip all those locations and go straight into that fight because that's some BS. This game certainly is a lot of fun. With the amount of awards and cultural impact it has, I'm really surprised you haven't seen gameplay, but there are plenty of people out there who haven't still. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Or at least I hope that you are. I suppose I'm having fun. At least you can discern. It's a great game. Doesn't have the best multiplayer capability, even with the mod that gave it, but it's not a vanilla feature to have multiplayer in the game. So this I'm going to take into account. Goes for basically every Bethesda title. But I'm the kind of person who can certainly enjoy a game that's single player. I play a lot of games solo. Man, I am not happy about that. I suppose it's because there wasn't any door up there that didn't save after we left. The quick saves every time we do that. Though I did have the quick save timer turned down pretty low. Mud crab. Mud crabs have some tasty meats. Oh, it's got like mountain blade controls for swinging off the horse. Like depending on how I use left hand. Never mind. Not mountain blade control. What? What? The horse can't make up its mind. It's like a step behind me. And Uthgar still can't hit anything. Let's go back to that. Oh, never mind. Can I loot off horseback? Soon. Okay. Well, it's not worth it. Damn, Skyrim. Skyrim is a game that is consistently inconvenient, at least to me, when it comes to such things. Any sort of menu. The bajillion things that go wrong, that can go wrong, and something always does. My experience. No one else seems to really have that problem, it's just me. And back through here. Oh look! A dragon! Wow! Much wow. Very surprised. I'm gonna leave the horse up here this time, so he doesn't, like, nearly get himself killed. Use flames instead of shock, just for fun. No, let's level up too. I feel like that's only appropriate. Since we got so creamed last time. Increase magic a little bit. And then I'm about to use one-handed and destruction. So I'm going to increase one of those two. Do this one. No, we don't want dual flurry though. That's not really useful. Takes less stamina? Okay. That I will take. Whoa! 6 people in here now. Thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoy the stream. We welcome you. So this time, everyone has decided that, like, I'm target number 1. Last time they're all fighting each other, but now it's really just all about me, apparently. Oh, that time he got distracted. I hope I didn't just, like, totally throw Uthgar through the air. No. Okay. It's this woman. Yeah, it's basically Wiccan on steroids is how you could describe the Forsworn. Potions. They were at one point in control of a region of Skyrim called the Reach. They're forced out by the Nords eventually. And worship like the proper deities instead of Daedra. I suppose it depends on which Nord you're referring to, but generally worship the divines. A lot of Forsworn right here. You know, I actually kind of want to leave the dragon untouched because once I get him to half health, he lands. And then he's going to be a lot more focused on me rather than spreading it out kind of like he is right now. Man! Not to worry. Even though everyone's ganging up on us, we have cheese. Which basically, for those watching or unfamiliar with the land of Skyrim, are the pinnacle of all consumables. Man hath never made a food more invigorating than cheese. That and cooked meat are the two things that give you the biggest health increase. Look at all those dots. We do not have a lot of friends here. At least percentage-wise compared to our enemies. Vastly outnumbered. But Esbern packs a mighty punch. Oh, he just fell out of the sky hard. Very good. Come back to loot later. Meantime, work our way to that dragon. I suppose we're in no rush. Let's work our way top down. How about that? Oh, you got so lucky, woman. Oh, she's not alone. Okay, well. Tactical retreat, back off a little bit. Would be nice if, you know, Delphine, Esbern, Uthgard either want to come down and help me out. They're just standing up there, but... No! Bad boy. Bad boy. Alright, Esbern's at least, like, flaming you now. Roasting you from on high. There they come. None shall be granted. You will be burned alive, heathen scum. It feels very appropriate to be burning witches. How are you back in the air? I guess he healed. Hopes they do that over time, but he's crashed back down again. The Atronach was summoned by one of these people, no doubt her. More potions! Let's do resist fire, as that seems to be her mood. Come play Skyrim. Beat women with a mace. Half the experience. Just beating half-dressed women. At least when it comes to the Force one. It's quite odd. Weird flex. Okay, well, the dragon's just fighting my allies. I thought he'd, like, follow me down here, but he's not. Why are you... What are you doing over there? You can play that game. I'm louder. Oh, please. You bite harder, though. Let's see. When it comes to health potions, we're out, gang. Oh no, I have this one. Kind of. Not really. Alright, we're gonna have to use Restoration spell. Oh dear. Okay, that almost ended very poorly. Yep, you get him, Delphine. Fire versus ice right now. And fire wins. I cannot complain. Phew. A lot of loot on there we'll come back for. We've finished cleaning up the Force one in the area. But it appears that we have successfully done so.
Power of the dragon is yours. There can be no doubt.
You do that. a little busy at the moment. As in obtaining every little bit of every last little bit of loot around right now. Can't afford to take it all because we have so much carry space. Oh, they're still following me. Good. Yes. An orcish bow. That'll sell for a pretty penny. Don't need the tusk. We have proven ourselves capable of taking out saber cats. We shouldn't have a problem with that. So I did imperial armor. I think it should be taken from here and returned to somebody someday. More dead force one. Their arrows are pretty trash, but their bows, how do they compare to ours? Orcish bow. Wow, bows do a lot more. So trash arrows, good bows. Odd, to be honest, but is what it is. A culture that's good at one should probably be good at the other. Vampire dust. Both Daedra worshippers, so it's a little odd that... But they probably worship different Daedra, so it actually does make some sense to be infighting. Random orcish sword is random, but we'll allow it. I do prefer maces.
What do you need to take?
Always been more satisfied by the power of brute force. Ability to do damage through armor. Don't need those right now. Don't need those. Okay. These are basically maxed out, but we got all those dragon scales stacked up, which we'll be able to use later to craft into dragon armor. Baked potatoes. Some Nirnroot about. Is that sound we hear? The easiest arrows to obtain in the game are iron arrows, and they do more damage than the force one do. Really very little use for them. And it's the right way to money, Esbern. Man's got needs, okay? We will get to wherever we're trying to go again. I forget the name of it. Sky Dragon Temple? Something like that. We'll get there. Oh, this is a tradition, by the way, Exaltado. We at least do something disrespectful to one of the bodies of our fallen foes, if we consider them to be dishonorable. Means of furthering the cause of justice. Sending a useful message to anyone who would follow in their footsteps. Now, speaking of furthering justice, we have more people to kill.
Who's there?
Ah. That was... Oh! Esbern! Oh dear! Okay, well he just stabbed her in the back, from the front, mind you. Breaking news, what is it, Gibbon? I'm already paused, so I may as well stay here. If you're saying it's breaking news, it's either gotta be something really big and important or really stupid. What? Timcast is being... Why? Why is Timcast being cancelled? Moving on, like a different stage of life. Is it the controversy over the Russian matter? Did that Briarheart just evaporate? So reference Briarhearts are basically people who have handed themselves over to the witches to have their hearts exchanged for a plant that makes them more powerful through witchcraft. So that's what that is. It also makes them permanently enthralled to them, I believe. They do it usually willingly, though I think it's canonically can be done otherwise. What was I thinking? But, so his workers are lazy. He's blaming the workers. I suppose, like, it's a decent answer. But, like, for one, how much do his workers have to do? It's a live stream. You don't need to, like... yeah, I feel bad for his guest that's on there today. Talking to him about that. Like, hey, I can finally get him to go on Timcast. Make my break in the world. And then just like, oh, I am present at the end of the Roman Empire. Oops. Was not expecting the Goths to be at the gates. Yeah, that sucks. Like, that feels more like a temper tantrum to me than like an honest thing. Like, he's got so much going for him. He's got his whole extra news agency. He's got that restaurant he's starting up. All he has to do to keep Timcast going is, like, sit down at a table and talk. Whoever wants to go on. And people will do that for him. Like, they will send him emails. He doesn't even, like, really need to reach out to get guests. He's big enough now. And I'm guessing it might be want to avoid scandal, or it's just emotional instability.
Must have something to do with it.
Yes.
But,
These are Akaviri
yeah.
symbols. Here, let's see. You had the symbol for king and warrior, and of course the symbol for dragonborn. That's the one that appears to have a sort of arrow shape pointing downward at the bottom.
Okay. It's an odd combination, if I'm going to be honest.
Yes, that's it. The symbol on the middle pillar.
Whatever you do,
Perhaps not. Plus, they are the most sacred things, and they're really, like, you have the noble class, the guide society, you have the warrior class. It's like pinnacle of their workmen in that culture, and the dragonborn, which is like most revered part of their religion.
Wait.
That does make
Why
sense.
are you stopping?
We should be careful here. See these symbols on the floor?
Esbern's right. Look like pressure plates.
Well,
No
if
cross once it's safe.
no doubt the way to go, like last time, is just follow the dragonborn symbols.
Be careful.
It is certainly a little interesting that that's what they chose to go with. Not, how would they know that all this time in the future I'd be here? Maybe a prophecy, but it could also just be because the Dragonborn is the most sacred. But yeah, it sounds like he is just dumb. I try to be charitable, especially to someone like Timcast, Timpool, who has done so much for the world, but I really don't know where else the blame could lie other than him for that. Maybe he's just fed up. I don't know. Maybe they've been really bad to him, but... Ooh, wow. Lots of good loot here. Yeah, that Dwarven armor is going to go hard. Like, compared to what I have right now, that's 39 versus 35. Okay, actually not that much better. It is nice, though, to find it in some place like this, because looting Dwarven ruins, though you never get in trouble for it in Skyrim, you can do it as much as you want. No one will ever bother you about it. It's technically illegal to do it for not the Empire. But this is nice to have.
What is it?
I need to just pawn off like a few things on you if I'm going to be able to hold on to it. Okay, more than a few things. I'm just gonna put it back in the chest for now. We'll come back. Someone want to explain this. Why is he bald? Who is this man?
Here's the blood seal. Another lost category arts. No doubt triggered by, well, blood. Your blood, Dragonborn. Look here. You see how the ancient blades revered Weaver Cyrodiil?
Plus it is a temple, so all this stuff about the Dragonborn does check out. There have been other Dragonborns.
This place appears to be a shrine. In the Kaviri invasion.
After you, Dragonborn. You should have the honor of being the first to
There's no telling what we might find inside.
Elaborate on the story of this on our way out, because these guys are going to be like non-stop talking until then. I do just want to lastly call it like, what is the logic of... That's a thing that goes for things like Star Trek 2, where it happens all the time. Where people like cut their hand as a proof of something. Why do you not take a glove off? Like, your hand will heal, but you gotta sew that thing back up, the glove. Like a waste of time to not just take it off and put it back on again later. They always do it, they just cut straight through the glove. I mean, I get slicing your hand to show off your honor, but, your dedication, but the glove sacrifice really necessary? The blood not enough?
Original Akaviri bas-reliefs, almost entirely intact.
You know, I probably shouldn't be running through here. You know, anyone watching this might not have any idea what this stuff is, and it's really cool.
You can see how the Akaviri craftsmen were beginning to embrace the more flowing Nordic style.
We're here for Alduin's Wall, right, Esbern?
Come on,
Yes.
Delphine.
We'll have more time to look around later, I suppose. Let's see what's up ahead.
Stuff does matter. Especially after a lot of grueling fight, we can take a moment to just smell the roses a little bit. Admire the architecture. Ancient civilization.
Shaw's bones, here it is. Aldrin's Wall, so well preserved. Huh? I've never seen a finer example of early Second Era Kaviri sculpture and relief.
Esbern, we need information, not a lecture on artists.
Calm down, woman.
Let's see what we have.
Don't get there. He's an old man. Let him do his thing.
Look, here is Aldrin. This panel goes back to the beginning of time, when Aldrin and the Dragon Cult ruled over Skyrim. Here, the humans rebelled against their dragon overlords, the legendary Dragon War. Aldrin's defeat is the centerpiece of the wall. You see, here is falling from the sky. The Nord Toms, masters of the voice, are arrayed against him.
So does it show how they defeated him? Isn't that why we're here?
Patience, my dear. The Akaviri were not a straightforward people. Everything is couched in allegory, mythic symbolism. Yes, yes. This here, coming from the mouths of the Nord heroes, this is the Akaviri symbol for shout. But there's no way to know what shout is meant.
You mean they used a shout to defeat Alduin? You're sure?
Oh yes, presumably something rather specific to dragons, or even Alduin himself. Remember, this is where they recorded all the news of Alduin and her.
So we're looking for a shout then. Damn it. You ever heard of such a thing? A shout that can knock a dragon out of the sky?
No, I've not heard of such a thing, but the Greybeards might know.
Right. I was hoping to avoid having to involve them in this, but it seems we have no choice.
What do you have against the Greybeards?
If they had their way, You do nothing but sit up on their mountain with them and talk to the sky, or whatever it is they do.
I don't think so.
Greybeards are so afraid of power that they won't use it. Think about it. Have they tried to stop the Civil War, or done anything about Alduin? No.
Yes, the latter.
And they're afraid of you, of your power. Trust me, there is no need to be afraid. Think of Tiber Septim. Do you think he'd have founded the Empire if he'd listened to the Greybeards?
How do you know they counseled him the other way? You don't have to worry though, I'm not afraid of my own power.
The Greybeards can teach you a lot, but don't let them turn you away from your destiny. You're Dragonborn, and you're the only one who can stop Alduin. Don't forget it.
Better go see what he knows about this shout.
Good thing they've already let you into their little cult.
No need to
Not
be
like
so
it would help
rude.
Esbern or me if we came calling. We'll look around Skyhaven Temple and see what else the old blades might have left for us. It's a better hideout than I could have hoped for. Talos guard you.
Look here, in the third panel. The prophecy which brought the Akaviri to Tamriel in the first place, in search of the Dragonborn. Here are the Akaviri, the blades. You see their distinctive long swords. Now they need their ancient mission fulfilled, as the last Dragonborn contends with Alduin at the end of time. Are you paying attention, Delphine? You might learn something of our own history. I know the prophecy by heart. Once all blades knew it. When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world. When the brass tower rocks and time is reshaped. When the thrice blessed fail and the red tower trembles. When the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the white tower falls. When the snow tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding, the World Eater wakes, and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn.
I see.
Well, I'm gonna look around some more. See what the old blades left for us.
So I did actually follow most of that. The brass tower is an interesting one. When the brass tower walks again, that has to be Numidium, which is a lot older of an event than some of the other things mentioned in there, such as the war between the elves and men, the Empire having fallen. Very interesting. Nonetheless accurate. And to clarify, the Akaviri came from a continent to the far east. Right, far east. And the continent we're on is in the center of the world. The Akaviri came in search of someone called the Dragonborn. They came in hot, basically conquering as they went until they encountered the current Riemann Emperor, I believe, which is a different dynasty than the most recent one, or the second most recent. And they dedicated their lives to serving him and were the protectors of the Empire, specifically of the Emperor, until the last Dragonborn Emperor died. The end of the Oblivion Crisis, which happened before the Great War. Back to all that stuff in a second. Yeah, at the end of the last Great War. And since then, they continue to serve the Empire, hoping for a return of the Dragonborn Emperors eventually, or return of just Dragonborns in general. And then after the war, part of the treaty was that they were forced to be done away with by the Empire because they also function as like their special operations and secret service, and were very effective against the Thalmor. So they were forced to be done away with. Now we are here. We have blade armor accessible to us now, which is very tempting. Canonically, it doesn't make a lot of sense to just go parading around Skyrim in blades armor. Like, a lot of people would challenge us for doing that, including the Thalmor. And they technically don't know for sure yet that we are the ones responsible for the whole embassy incident. Because we left no one alive. But, we also, can't say for sure it won't cause us problems. We also can't really carry it right now. Until we're already fairly over encumbered. But it is a lot better gear on the flip side. And it looks pretty epic. And the prophecy does show a person defeating Alduin is wearing this armor. It might go kind of hard to wear this and then return to Nord armor when we go about other quests. I don't know how we feel. Chat, opinions? Blade armor or Nord armor? I feel like if we had Nordic hero armor, it'd be a tougher choice, but I'm gonna go with blades for now. We'll store the other stuff. Favorite this. Back for the rest at a later date. Apparently a good amount heavier. Something to take into consideration. Weapon wise, we did get Dragonbane, which is going to be fairly useful when it comes to fighting dragons in the future, though it's already like its base damage is worse than Orcish, which we've already gotten to. But it does do 20 points of extra damage to dragons and 10 points to others. That being said, it doesn't need to be recharged. The only way to do that is with captured souls, which is a little bit of a morally questionable endeavor. So I don't know how I feel about using it for any purpose other than slaying Alduin, basically. So let's keep it in reserve. We'll keep it on us, but we aren't going to use it anytime soon. I'm still encumbered. Damn. What else do I need to drop off? Very well. We'll have to come back here when we want to sell stuff too. But yeah, this is us now. Let's go outside and take a look. There we go. Better light on the subject. There we are. Let's equip that. Full on blade. Look at that. Luscious hair flowing out the back. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a Dragonborn. Look at this view. I always thought this was one of the coolest locations of the game. Like the history, the architecture is all very, very interesting. Do you find it neat that they based the Far East in the game off of, well, the Far East in real life? China. It's an interesting creative decision. Indicates, I'm not going to assume laziness. I'm going to assume it indicates that they want it to be defer to relatability as opposed to originality, which is fine. That's a fine decision to make for a writer. As long as it's original enough, and Skyrim certainly is that, and the Elder Scrolls in general. I just now noticed that the Dragonborn symbol we were seeing all earlier is on the doors of back there. I think. I don't know if there's a really way down from here. We have to come up, go back out the way we came in. that bridge on the way in. I was obfuscating for a second. I'm gonna have to basically for our live stream we take a 10-minute break in the middle. In Skyrim, on the theme of the day being dramatic discussion, we kind of throw in an extra 10 minutes either side of that where I do a discussion topic, or 10 minutes total, 5 minutes either side, where I just do a discussion topic for the day. Kind of talk about the moral themes of the game, and controversies, decisions, so on and so forth. What's down there? I don't know, but I just quick save for a reason. I want to discover what is down there. Oh! Dear. Oh. And he died face down. I'll have to discover another. Ooh. Are those Imperials escorting a noble? I can't tell. See if I can't hunt an elk from all the way up here. Yeah, the only reason I'm obfuscating, avoiding the conversation, is because I don't particularly, like, I'm very stuffy right now, essentially. So, talking for like 5 minutes straight, not the most appealing thing in the world. We'll do it in a second. I just want to try and figure out what that thing is, and if I hit it... What? What? It only shows that animation when you're successful. I clearly hit and killed the thing. I was hoping that... Oh, wait. Chance 2. Alright, well... Apparently it's invincible from up here. But we managed to hit it twice, and it is in fact a goat. I don't know if it's dead and just like floating rapidly down the river, or no, it's running. It's running away. Come back here. If I can die of the physics of jumping off here, you can die of being hit by a bow from up here. No. It's too far. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get that goat. Bet. This isn't over, goat. I was counting on just hitting it and seeing by its hitbox what its name was. But I did so well, I managed to headshot it twice, which is why I gave that animation. Or maybe I didn't headshot it, maybe my bow just did so much damage, but... Once I have killed this goat, we will break for everyone to pause and get a nice snack. Take a break, go to the bathroom. Come on, goat. I know you're here. Where did he go? I have been cheated. I've been thoroughly cheated by the game. I'm not gonna give up this easily. Don't think he went that way. That's Uthgerd. Anyone in chat see which way he went? We have to find this thing and put an end to it. There it is! We found it! Hold on. I know what to do. Come on. Alright, we're closer. We're closer. I'm inclined to keep eyes on it rather than try and take a pot shot. Oh, I'm not going to hit it just yet. Oh, come here. Where'd it go? There it is. You will not escape my wrath! No! I can hit him all the way from up there, but the second it becomes a moving target, I'm just done. Don't worry, we can melee him. That can be arranged. Where did he go? Mud crab's coming for me and I don't even care. I'm a man on a mission. I would use like electricity or a fire spell, but that does feel a little bit inhumane. Not that it's totally humane to perpetually terrify this poor animal. But it is only a video game. And alas, this is just for fun. And for the principle of the thing. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Alright, idea number 2. Is apparently, the closer I get, the worse my aim is. Alright, there we go. Oh! He had to make that sound when he died? Ah, it took all the joy just right out of my sails. Oh, that was so sad. I mean... Oh, we got encumbered too. That is the face of evil there. Mischief. He deserved it. Deserved it. I do not repent. It is all coming to him. What are we going to drop so that we can reuse that, perhaps? For these. Alright, there we go. See? We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It's oddly fitting to use that in reference to a goat, if you get my meaning. He may have had some relation with Osama bin Laden. Specific type of relation. That's what you get for trying to stop me, my crab. He is delicious. What is she shooting? What's trying to hurt me now? A slaughterfish? Did she hit it? The kind of aim Uthgars have today? Nailed him. Nernroot. I sure is a pro hunter. Yeah, let's hope I have better aim tomorrow when I come against the geese. Or at the very least, when I come up against the geese, I can have similar success in chasing them down on foot. Just imagine me running through my neighborhood with a shotgun. Chasing down them poor geese until I can finally just take something out. I mean, do all that work to get set up. It is very unsatisfying to not walk away with something. Ooh. Okay. Well, so we have two things we can talk about that kind of come up naturally in the game. One is vigilantism. I think I'm saying that right. Kind of the E to the ism is a weird transition. Vigilante to vigilantism. You say tism, T-ism. Many questions, much wow. We can discuss that, or we can discuss necromancy. Those have been like our two moral themes of the day to come across. Not really anything else pressing, or we can talk about something else. What are on people's minds as things? Ooh, toes. They might want to talk about. Oh, this meat. So what's happening right now? Essentially, we're taking our break. If you're interested in the discussion aspect of the show, you're more than welcome to stay around for kind of like 5 minutes outside of the break and chat with me. Otherwise, you get a 20-minute break as we start break sort of in the middle of our 4-hour stream now. Give it a minute for anyone to leave a prompt down below. Otherwise, we will just go with, I'm going to say we start with vigilantism. Alright, let's settle this. Hold on. This is personal now. All right. So this app he has Fred. Is Fred reading to us? If you can't tell, look forward to hearing how Fred pronounces vigilantism. I don't know why they felt the need to have a male and a female English accent or American accent, but not for anyone else. Maybe it's like Southern and Northern, but they didn't specify that. Oh well.
Vigilantism.
Vigilantism. Now we know. Every TV show ever watched growing up as a kid was wrong. Objectively wrong. We now know. Alright, so I did that, no one voted. And I'm actually fine with this because it's a fairly short discussion topic, right? Like, it's pretty much a yes or no answer. Even though there's more complexity in the amount of intersecting principles than there is in the ultimate calculation. Because it normally just comes down to like one absolute or another. Whether you absolutely are pro-law or you think there is a time and a place for people to act outside of the bounds of the law in the pursuit of justice. But I mean, there's obviously a lot to that. That's where the interesting part of the moral dilemma comes into play, right? The fact that there is an argument on the matter of respect for the law, doing honor to those who uphold the law and not getting in their way, which leads right into another point of orderliness. You know, is it too destructive to a society to have people running around taking them justice into their own hands rather than going through the at least in a democratic society, mutually agreed upon arbiters, or even another society? You know, you could still, the whole other level of discussion could still be considered too disorderly to let an opposed authority deal with it. Whether, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be elected, even if it's just who your king has decided is in governance. A mud crab fighting slaughterfish. That's interesting. I was gonna side with the mud crab, but then he decided that I was his enemy. And if you are not with me, you are my enemy. As a man once said before. Ow! He had his arms and legs cut off. And then he became a cool dude. I popped one slaughterfish there. Did I catch that one? Yes, I did. I don't know if they're alive or not. That's the thing, though. They certainly aren't anymore. My aim is now magically better now that I'm just doing it casually. Gotta love it. I need that mud crab meat. Another question there is, just interjecting into this discussion, is favorite type of meat. I keep coming back to this just because I love crab meat so darn much. But anyways, so there's the order aspect of it. There is the general question of, you know, can people be so dangerous that they really need to have a government check them? Or is there something to be said about anarchism? And if not, where does that stop? And that's really the line that is being questioned when it comes to vigilantism. Now that we know how to pronounce it correctly. Is where is that line where the need to have an ordered society and to have a check on the capacity for the evil within men by a system of governance, where does that need end? Where can they be allowed to start having freedom to make their own decisions when it comes to solving disputes and so on and so forth? And how does that play into a situation where, you know, government isn't always going to be perfect. It may overextend itself. It may even have rightly extended itself into a region, you know, done something for the sake of the people and instituted a set of laws, but then failed to enforce them. In my opinion, I think there is a place for it. I don't think it's totally out of the question. I don't think... When it comes to checks and balances, like rule number 1 of a check and balance is that it can't be an absolute necessarily, right? Or at least the things being checked. Hence why they need to have checks in the first place. I suppose it could be said that you do want to be very careful with keeping those. Very hardly set in stone. Because they're there for a reason, right? They're there because people get carried away. Not necessarily just because something's always a bad thing, but because certain goods can be lesser than others and can be tempting when it comes to doing evil. But I think there's certainly, same with, a broader version of it would be revolution, right? Like taking up arms against a government. If one is in a situation where it is clear that the government is not ruling in the best of the people to such a detrimental extent. There's 3 criteria for both things. There's 1, that the matter at hand is gravely and objectively immoral, and being either overtly endorsed by the government and promoted and done, or even just not addressed. Then 2, there has to be no legal means to getting around it, right? Like you can't, reasonable legal means. Like it's not saying necessarily that, it being solved by the government, but it being solved 30 years later is not the same thing as having an immediate remedy to a grave concern. And then the 3rd criteria is that the good outweighs the bad in what you're doing, right? Or bad. You are gaining more than you lose. Like, say, for a revolution, it can be successful, essentially, would be that criteria. You're not just going to lose a bunch of lives fighting a war, or you're going to lose more, the loss of life involved in going outside the law, or just loss of freedom if you're talking about vigilantism, being put into prison. And that's a greater loss, more grave concern than the one that is being addressed. But there are circumstances where that doesn't come into play. And we all kind of do it just about every day, right? Like, not going the speed limit is a matter of civilians taking the law into their own hands. And it seems like a very minor thing, but it is technically the same principle. The assumption that there is something that's just so unreasonable that on the books, and no one in this case, it's not a grave matter even, but you got places to go, and it's just not enforced by the government. So a lot of people just do it on their own. It's not even as grave as, say, someone is a criminal who is not being punished by the government for corruption's sake, and you decide to take it into your own hands. This is even a lot more justified almost than going over the speed limit. But people do that every day.
Hey, friend. It's good to see another merry soul enjoying this fine day. But you look tired. Come, share a bottle. Cheers.
I'm good.
May your adventures find you.
Children, don't accept alcohol from random strangers that are out and about. I think a more interesting question that people have more disagreement on, like, a lot of people like to feign, especially in media, that people are very anti-vigilantism. But I honestly don't know that I've ever met someone who's, like, an absolutist, that there's never a case for it. But the more interesting question is, should there still be a punishment for it? And I think there's actually an argument to that. Like, even if they did the right thing, having them get punished for it anyways is still a meaningful deterrent to anyone who would try to do it for another case. Cause it proves that no matter what, you're not going to get away with it if you did it for the wrong reason. And it's just like, it's the cost of doing the right thing. Sometimes doing good things costs things in life. And I think that's okay. That might be more valuable than cluttering the legal system by having a bunch of people go in, and it is an extra incentive to people considering such a thing to not fall victim to just throwing all caution to the wind and doing whatever they want whenever they want it. They know there is going to be a cost for going outside the lines. As unfortunate as that may be, that doesn't always, some people, sometimes good gets caught up in that. It might provide a greater stability than otherwise. That's my take on it. Obviously, that being said, I can't officially condone, we're talking philosophically here, vigilantism for legal reasons. So, if asked, I take a neutral stance on the matter. But, yeah, that's my piece. Very interested, always interested to hear what anyone thinks on the matter. That's something that's like, it's constantly brought up in media, especially comic books, right? You got Batman, you got Green Arrow, Spider-Man. These constant themes of, is it okay to go outside the bounds and do your own thing when justice demands? And I think it's almost overblown, right? Like, to be fair, we should always be trying to go within the bounds of the lines, right? But at the same time, people even we write these laws knowing that sometimes this was going to have to happen. That's the example I gave of the speed limits, right? Like, it's not enforced because no one actually cares about it. And they know they don't care about it when they write those laws. The real reason for the law is so that they have a reason they can pull someone over if they suspect them of doing something else suspicious, but have nothing else to go on, like no proof. They'll have a reason to pull you over if you're going even just 5 over. They can technically say you were speeding. That's what those things exist for. That's why they're lower than they need to be, even though after practice most people would agree that they're usually too low. And so it's fine. It's assumed you're going to break it. And so most, even law enforcement officers will tell you that it's fine. Once again, legal reason is not absolutely condoning it. But there's something to think about, right? It's not... We do not have to be so absolutist that there can't be exceptions to general good rules. Which obeying the law is. When you think of good examples throughout history of times where people have done it, bringing it back to the broader scale of things like the American Revolution, for example. That was something done. A lot of people to this day are very laissez-faire about it, very belligerent about it, but in their present day, they were, there's a reason that they did not get involved with the French Revolution, and it was not pure isolationism. It's because they viewed it as barbaric and unjustified. Considered a very grave matter to go outside the bounds of the law. For all those reasons we discussed, both order and respect, even respect for their king who had provided for them for a very long time. It's not something they wanted to do, and when they did it, they knew they had to do it in a very orderly fashion, or it would very quickly become worse than it was worth. Alright. That is my monologue for the day, at least for this half of the break. The second one's probably going to be shorter because I kind of went on about that. Side effect of me being stuffy is that I trip over my own words because I can't really think clearly. Especially when I'm playing a game and trying to find interesting things to do. Biggest thing I went up against there was going through my inventory and trying to take the crap out of it while I was trying to have a deep discussion. We will end this as we began, with the hunting of a goat. Then we'll go on break for about 10 minutes. Briefly cover the other subject, and then we will be on our way to embark upon our next quest, which will bring us back up the mountain to the Greybeards, and we will be encountering all sorts of fun stuff along the way that we kind of already put on our map beforehand. So this goat is apparently even more devious than the last, because he has somehow just completely disappeared. He's got to be in the water somewhere, because Like, under the water. He ran this way. He's not that. Oh, that's a Force One body. That's the one we threw off the ramparts all that time ago. I just don't think the water's deep enough here for the goat to hide. I did not think that that was the shout I had equipped. But, okay then. I'm just more impressed that, like, I got through all that crap. So this is the only other possible route I could have taken. It either went down here, which is where we just were, looking around and didn't see it, or it went up that way. Do one last, like, clearing of this area. I'll start to walk up the right to look for that goat. You know, does anyone remember the dragon being over there? Now that I think about it. I don't remember killing the dragon over here. I distinctly remember it dying over there. Like, way over there. How did that happen? Chad, am I wrong about that? Did I kill the dragon over here and just, like, forget? I'm actually quite upset. I'm almost more upset about this one than I was the last goat. The last goat at least was sporting about it. Like, he didn't just phase through creation. This was just completely gone. I legit don't see him anywhere. He was right down there. We might just have to give it up. That is disappointing. Very well. I may have a solution. There is no solution. We just have to find something else to kill. It's obligatory if we're going to take a break. Something has to die. The editor has something interesting to put here. Something interesting for the transition to break. Well, actually, I suppose he doesn't need it because I'm probably just going to cut this whole thing out anyways. You cut my monologues out, Gibbon. That's something I need to know. Just consider me rambling. I'm doing so much to manage all the things we have going on that I don't know, like... I haven't actually watched any of his edits. I don't know. Well, wait. What are you? A spadefish? It was like making snapping sounds. Interesting. Much wow. Can I climb this? If I had a horse, I could. I cannot. Right now that I need something interesting, there's nothing here. Alright, well, I guess we'll just have to settle for that. We will quick save. Alt tab out. I know when I am not wanted, game. Aight. Sweet. Well, thank you all so much for watching so far. We're going to go on our 10-minute break. We'll be back after everyone gets a chance to grab a bite to eat, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is that you do. Take care, everyone, and we will see you soon. Alright, we are back. Came back a little bit early, just because I spent so much time ranting on the last part that I want to give a little bit more time to the gameplay. So took a little bit of time off my break so we can get through the second topic before I rush back, Warhammer in hand, into the land of Skyrim. Hope everyone has enjoyed their break. So, we are back. I'm going to start traveling while I do that too, so it's less boring. Who are you not afraid of, Uthgard? Really? I spent all that time trying to find a worthy opponent before I went on break. Second I pop back in. Crib. Ah, well. And you go to Whiterun. Drop our stuff off. Yeah, necromancy. Another topic. Because we came across that guy who kind of got himself killed doing it. And it wasn't clear that he was a necromancer doing it for nefarious reasons. Entirely possible that he was
Some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
a man mourning the loss of a loved one and trying to bring them back. And I think there's something we talked about. Sorry, maybe traveling and same time are not the best idea. Store. Store. What else do I have on me that's so darn heavy? So what am I carrying this? Oh. Ah. Yes. That checks out. Save that for Alduin. And there we go. Much over good. So yeah, it's a fairly relevant religious question. 'Cause a lot of people argue about it in certain contexts because of there's certain pagan rituals that have to do with talking to the dead. Debate within monotheistic religions about how possible it is, whether those passed beyond the veil are awake and aware and alive, or if they are still dead, waiting for the rapture within Christian circles, or even other religions, whether they're really walking around up there right now, or waiting for some future event. If they are, can they hear you? And those are all important discussions for that almost all warrant time of their own. But the very specific question is one of, in this case, I think is one of how we deal with grief when it comes to why necromancy is so often considered wrong, in my opinion, rightfully, or I won't even say in my opinion, just rightfully so considered wrong. Both historically, biblically, by so many.
What's the matter? You can't stand the sight of a strong lord woman?
Oh dear, you're cringy. Anyways, it has something to do with how we relate to grief, right? I think that is the big question mark when it comes to necromancy. And we accept people beyond the grave, because even if you say you take, I'm Catholic, the perspective that people are alive up there, alive and well, and are able to be communicated with, or if you take, even if you take the position that they are going to be alive up there but are not yet, in either case, there's something to be said about it not being really one's place to defy death. Death is something that is within... Okay. Shut up. I wasn't talking to you. Stop harassing me. Anyways,
there's a nip in the air.
Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
Now, where am I going with this? Something goes wrong when you're trying to fight death, because death is a good thing. That's essentially the crux of it. Is that death is not something that one should try to get around, to try to undo, when viewed in a religious context. Because death is viewed, it has to be viewed if you're going to have a religious view in which the prevailing power of deities is ultimately good, or at least just. You have to believe that death is something that is good and just, because it's something that comes from above. Or it enters into the world in the Christian sense through sin, as a result of sin. And re-sanctifies a person, at least contributes to that. Is a part of justice. It's why it was able to be something that played into the redemption of all mankind through the suffering and death of Jesus Christ. That is not an evil thing. That when someone's time has come, it is really their time. And that death is something to be ultimately celebrated. Not to be feared, not to be... that mourning is not something for one to really dwell upon. To indulge in. Or rather something to let go of. And when you try to undo that, when you try to mess with fate or play God, there are going to be repercussions of that, because the same person who set the rules of death into place set the, designed everything else in life to operate around that system. A system that is ultimately always going to lead back to them. And psychologically speaking, being able to accept death, or being able to be at peace, essentially, in every scenario, including through pain and suffering and loss, is an essential to have a fulfilling life. And so it will ultimately lead to your destruction no matter what, when you try to go around it. Not that death is not something to be avoided out of even love of our own loved ones, but ultimately duty. I think as an issue that a lot of religions that believe in a resurrection of a sort, a pleasant afterlife, struggle with is, why don't we just commit suicide? Because we are duty bound to be here. Life has a purpose, and its purpose, though originally designed to be just for our pleasure, has been changed to one of justice, and it becomes one of pleasure again after the work of justice has been fully completed, which is done through full fulfillment of sanctification. It only come once everything that was corrupted has been fully torn down and reborn, and that includes the body. Alright. I think I'm only going to have limited success on that today, because I didn't think about it much beforehand, didn't have time to think about it much on the break. You can see I'm mumbly. So we'll leave it there, and just continue on with our adventure from here. Didn't mean to do that. Where are the other baddies at? Baddies! Squeeze me? Are you who I was sent here to kill? Like I have a mission to kill. You eliminate the leader of this panic group. I'm gonna assume it's him. I was gonna try and shoot him while he's down, but he's just down. Alright, I have a bounty to collect. Did not make that hard on us. Grateful for that, at least. Attitude of gratitude. Dippity-doo-dah day. Actually, the hooker husks aren't that valuable. Thinking they were mammoth husks, but they are not. Anything to be learned from there? No, there is not. Yeah. The other thing, but we got it anyways. Did grab up that juicy steel ingot. Help us craft some things later. For a bandit leader with a bounty on his head, not really put up a lot of fight and did not have a lot of great loot of his own. Well, off we go. On the next location of interest. I actually got someone else I gotta talk to before I go in there. This is kind of glitched out. I think we have to come back. The tavern owner. Talk to him about just who this person in there was. And he gives us the claw. We use the claw to finish out the barrow and get to the Dragonstone. The last time I tried to do this.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Hrothgar. We don't get many visitors through here, unless they're headed up to High Hrothgar, of course.
See, maybe if we propped here.
Some fella named Windelius came through. Said he was some kind of a treasure hunter. I warned him not to go in there, just like I warned you. The very next night we heard screams from the barrow, and that was it. We never saw him again.
Come on, I encountered the man. I'm supposed to be able to ask him about what goes on in there, and he just...
Keep your eyes open in the barrow.
I even have a quest.
That's how they get you.
Where is it? Oh, go J. Journal. Talk to Wilhelm about Rada. Oh, that's not.
Need a room? Maybe.
That's this.
He's harmless. He's been in a state ever since his sister Rada disappeared over a year ago.
PB is 96% base today. Heck yeah.
Folks' farmhouse across the river. I just said that to make the poor guy feel better. I'm pretty sure she's dead. Rada would gather ingredients from the small island in the river east of here. Then one day, she just vanished.
At least we can do to check it out.
For her, but she never turned up.
Okay, will you talk to me? No, he still wants to talk to me about that. He won't talk to me about the barrow.
Sort of a cave entrance over there. Folks call it Geirman's Hall, but I don't know why. Probably best if you avoid it for now. It didn't seem to do Rada any good.
Oh, I don't like the idea of just leaving that poor man to grieve his loved one without knowing what happened, let alone leaving such a dangerous location right next to a village. He still belligerently won't talk to me about the quest he sent me on, and I don't know why. But I guess we'll just never finish it. This barrow will be eternally unexplored. But in the meantime, check this out again.
It's a Nordic rune, thousands of years old.
I did figure that much. Yeah. Thanks, Uthgerd. Ever useful? Let's go see if we can't find out what happened to Rada. Ooh, this wasn't in this video, but there's a man in the village who has a house burnt down, family's gone, and then his sister was out collecting food, and she never returned. Most people suspect she's dead, and this drove that man basically insane from grief. I guess he's supposed fairly topical. And closure is necessary, which is also contributes to immoral ails or moral issues with necromancy. There's a need for closure, and we are going to try to give that man some. We'll enter this cave and see if we can't just figure out what happened to Rada. Something killed her and dragged her away, perhaps. Because we don't really want to jump all the way down there. An adventurer. Interesting. Well, we will take his book and health potions to bring us along our way. What is this place? The history of Skyrim is vast, predating even the most ancient records of man and mirror. It's been lost. I'm just gonna speed through this to see if there's anything particularly interesting. The one we're looking at, the story we're here for. Among scholars, perhaps the best known is the forbidden legend of the Archmage Guldur. In the dawning days of the First Era, the story goes there lived a powerful wizard by the name of Guldur. Wise and just, he was well known in the courts of King Harold and the Jarls of Skyrim, and his aides and counsel were sought by man and mer alike. Aid and counsel. Blah. Then he was murdered. Some say one of his sons killed him, others that King Harold, jealous of his power, gave the order. But Guldur's 3 sons fled into the night, pursued by a company of Harold's best warriors, and the Lord Geirmund, the king's personal battle mage. A great chase ensued from the wilds of the Reach to the glacial north. One brother is said to have perished in the ruins of Folganathur at the foot of Solitude. The others were run to the ground soon thereafter, and once it was done, King Harold ordered every record of their murders destroyed. And Guldur's name and deeds were struck from the rules of history. Even today, few sources remain, and no bard will tell the tale. Perhaps the truth yet remains in some ancient ruin waiting to be unearthed, for nothing is ever truly forgotten. So that's what this man was investigating. This man we found dead. And it seems he has some reason to believe this area may have something to do with it. That's our way out, clearly. And not a way in. Oh boy. I take a little bit of a risk there, but buried treasure, ancient evil, closure for poor morning man, plenty of reasons to take the risk, to take the plunge. There's clearly something that way, and also clearly something over there. Both are potentially dangerous, and both potentially lead to the answers we seek. Pretty good things back here, but nothing we need. It appears someone was buried there. Who exactly? It's hard to say. May have been one of those brothers we were just reading about. Anything else? Whoever's behind this door sounds like creatures. Ah. I was hoping for skeevers. A little bit of shock and awe. Uthrid's back with us. Locked door. Off in the first place you want to look. I should have finished clearing the area, but Nothing else came. I can very loudly check out those spiders, so. Interesting. Imperial armor here. I'll return that to its holder, but perhaps an Imperial expedition was sent here at some point to also unearth the secrets of this ancient cave. Or perhaps those from one of the soldiers that was sent in search of the brothers from Solitude. That chest was trapped, so we're very going to quickly move away. Moved very quickly, I should say. Iron gauntlets aren't really of use to us. Let's press on. Ah, there's very clearly a Draugr right there. That was a fail. Preemptive strike. Successful one at that. Wish we had started with that one. Restless ones are far more deadly than the normal variant. What could that... do we have to change these things to? Yet to see the indicators that tell us what they're for, even what they open. Aw. Disappointing we got there first. Should open that, theoretically. Well, it's also possible that it's already open. And we need is beyond that door. Turn on, booby trap. No, it is not. That's a booby trap, though. You know, in one of our previous episodes, I mentioned something that looked like that being a wasted opportunity for a booby trap. Now I know that not only did they miss it, but they had it in the game's code already for something else. They could have put it there, and they didn't. Okay, so, this is quizzical. There's only 4 things. 2 whales in different corners, and then falcon and snake. I suppose there's 4 things, but which is which? Assume that's just metrical. Oh no, this was a whale. Oh, but like the right wall is the right wall and the left wall is the left wall. Big brain. I have apparently been noticed. He's apparently also noticed that arrow in the last few seconds before all brain activity ceased. Alright, that Shad man is like to leave us. No, he's back. Ow! Uthgard! Get in the way. Alright, we know he has friends. Where are they? From the sounds of it, they're activating their own traps somewhere. Oh! Where's this trap? Ah! There he is. Oh, that's not a trap or anything. I feel like I know the word Croesus. I feel like I've heard it before in a shout. Well, that or Parthenax used it at some point. But we found a way to get him down from there. So, that Archmage you're reading about, the one who was coming seeking the powerful advisor Galder, or whatever his name was, we took his key, laid to rest here with a scroll of dead zombie, really of all things. Lord Geirmund, Archmage of Windhelm, Lord Battlemage to King Harold. Magnus, keep thy vigil eternal. Serve now in death as you did in life. By these seals our realm preserve. From traitors three and their charm of strife. So Magnus, for reference, is the god of magic. Deity of magic, more specifically. He's not really considered a god in the game. He asks him to keep eternally vigilant over the land he is charged with protecting, and to take care of the people he was sent to seek out. Because he was ultimately not able to do so before his passing, apparently. Which is weird, he's laid entombed here. Like, how does no one know about that, you know? Like, did this exist beforehand? This, and then they just laid him to rest in there, where all these draggers were already here? Or this where he and a lot of his men were buried just after the fact? Are these even his men? Plenty of unanswered questions. An interesting peek ahead. It looks like he should have someone of powerful magical abilities set up shop here. Given that right there. Let's possibly set up a base here for a while he was looking for his enemy. And this is simply where he passed. Guten Tag. She said, "Aww, you cute." That's what I took from that. Okay then. Must be some other way to activate that bridge. Is this a noose? What is that? That'd have been used for a light, perhaps? Is that how Jared, whatever his name is, met his end? Took his own life because he couldn't complete his task. And moved him over there, but where did his men end up? If it's a barrow, it's entirely possible they got trapped down here, because it didn't look like that door was closed, and I haven't known them to close on their own. Ah. If I hadn't seen anything that would let me drop the ladder. Excuse me. Beg your pardon. Trying to find my way through. No. Is that dragger running? He is. Ah. Okay, so that trap actually worked to our benefit. Ow. Ow! It was rusty, so rusty that it gave me ataxia. Disease. I already used my cure disease potion. Oh well. Apparently didn't hit Uthgard somehow, making my sacrifice somewhat worthless. This place sure loves its, like, drops of no return, though we probably could parkour our way back up there. I'll search the lowlands first, scope out the area before we inevitably wake up that whatever boss is in there. Speaking of which, seems advisable. Well, without further ado, we can discern from that this was someone we can't already tell from this, an honored person. Yeah, counselors of sort. This is the man he chased, so it did say whatever happened, I think, was the first age, or at least perhaps was. In which case, so I guess they never, I don't know how this man eventually died. Perhaps they were all in league. That's what I'm thinking of now that we're here. Perhaps they were all in league. Use that. Push and regeneration, just so we can whittle down a little bit, and then we're just gonna go melee because. Alright, that's him. The potion. Save our level up to get extra health if we need it. Keep headshotting him for now because it doesn't take stamina. Interesting. His avatars can shout too. Leave your third alone, please. He apparently had Fus Roda. Feel a little bit less special. And this vile man could also shout. Uh-oh. He did an oopsie. There he goes. He just gave up. There they go. It was almost unfair. Yeah, he just gave up. We won, gang. It's a sad way for him to finally die. Only a fragment of his amulet. Is it wearable? It is. We'll take that bow. Clearly quite powerful. And now let's read this note about his passing. What happened? Be bound here, Sidgus, murderer, betrayer. Condemned by your crimes against realm and lord. May your name and your deeds be forgotten forever. And the charm which you bear be sealed by our ward. Okay, so someone killed this guy and his body somehow ended up here.
Come on, let's see you put up a fight.
But whoever buried him, or, hold on, wait. I need to consult this book again. What? It is interesting that we just fought a wizard who used mostly a bow. Known as being wise and just. So he was killed by someone. Either his sons or by the king. And he was pursued. His sons were pursued. So how did the pursuers of the sons and this man end up in the same spot? Maybe they didn't get them all? Oh no, the others were run to ground soon thereafter. So they were all killed. But Gehrmund was laid to rest with them. And I would make one think, you know, if he was laid to rest, Galder was laid to rest with that note. The person laying people to rest in this case would be the only person alive, would be the king. And it was not a flattering note, so it's likely the king had him killed. It is odd that he referred to him as a betrayer, but it may have just been him trying to cover up his jealousy with a just cause. But either way, whether the mage was full of spite or legitimately believed the king, he wanted to remain watchful over the body even in death. But he was laid to rest with them. Once again, it doesn't answer the question of who is using that chanting table. Necromancer find its way down here at some point? Or did he, like, embalm himself? Like, set him up to be ready to die and then lay down there when he was finally ready? Or remain... Oh, that's probably... He remained there in life, guarding the body until he died, and then decided to lay there. That's going to open up a quest line, so we'll get to that in just a second. Useful there. That's all. Fairly.
We've stopped. What is it? What do you need to take?
Too heavy for us, but it will make for some nice loot.
What do you need?
Skyrim's menus again. Just talking about earlier in this episode. Store those. I don't want that. Where did I pick that up? Drop it. I do want that back, though. A rusty arrow. That's interesting. I might just hold on to that, because I bet, just like those blades did to me, that can give someone a attack while a fight.
Lead on, then.
Thinking about something else. Go to the bathroom. Okay. Again, rambling earlier. Had time to go to the bathroom, so to make up for time, so somehow we're back to this level. Very odd. But we have bested that cave. I do have some curiosity as to how this adventure managed to die there. Like, what killed him up here? There was nothing dangerous up here. Spiders, maybe? Encountered those first down there, but no. Who would all of Rada? Let's just examine this area a little bit before we give up on that. I will throw out that I do actually know the ending of this quest. You know roughly what I'm doing. I don't remember the exact location. Item that will tell us what we want to know about what happened to her. know it's around here. In the river somewhere. Whirlwind equipped? No. Not have whirlwind equipped. Much as I appreciate having the favorites menu as sort of a hotkey thing, could use hotkeys for proper hotkeys for items and powers. We're apparently fighting someone. Music is being. Oh, a bear! Okay. You have to kill a bear. I cannot bear the sorrow. You're welcome for that. I love bears. Bears are like my favorite animal. Oh, someone, probably the bear, killed a fox over here. Bring him back to the arrows of Uthgerd. He hurts. Should do that before we die. Uthgerd, you're welcome to help anytime. Uthgerd! I can't even see you. Just hear the arrows. Oh, there you are. Gray is such a non-color that generally works as excellent camouflage. Government uses it as such, and I've been involved with the design of uniforms in my life, and it is really commonly known that if you don't want to put a lot of gray in your designs and don't want it to be a primary color, because you really just can't see it. It is like the #1 color for fading into backgrounds, regardless of the scenery. Like, if you wear camouflage fitting to a setting, it'll work. But it won't work as well if you're out of that setting. Gray will work about the same just about anywhere. It won't work as good with proper camouflage in certain settings, but it will work. Hunting thing? Okay. That's how far it probably belongs to someone, so I can put that book back. Read it first. I'll put it back. No. Likely wouldn't have even taken it. I've been looking for thingy-bobber. Can't say what it is because I'll spoil it, and I don't see it anywhere. Quite troubling. I can't shout while holding my breath underwater. That's good to know. What are you doing over here, my friend?
Where are you?
Can I help you? Apparently not. We've been here before, and looted this chest before. I had a whole conversation with y'all up there, but apparently it restocked. Someone decided to bury their treasure here twice. And a treasure hunter came out to find it a second time. Neat. We got to find this thingy-mabobber to get closer to an insane homeless man. Welcome to Skyrim, ladies and gentlemen. Where you can become fish. Not a very good fish, mind you. You won't be able to see or do much underwater. You will, in fact, be fish. What am I even saying? Please. Please. I want to go home. Nothing. Big ol' nothing burger. So far, so bad. I might just have to call it quits and tell y'all what it was, and then say that canonically we did the thing in the game, because yeah, this isn't happening. We have other things to do, more interesting to watch. So what happens is we find the skeleton. Very sad, but you're giving them the option to go tell Nerfy what happened. I always do. Closure's important. It's important to be able to, you know, fully get past a loss. I'm sure they just need to be able to process it all the way through. Get some closure, like I've been talking about this whole time. What's this man doing here?
Make my deliveries more often, but the road's getting dangerous.
Oh, you. Looked like you were wearing a hat earlier, so it didn't look like I knew you, but apparently I do. The roads are apparently getting dangerous. I don't know what's making it dangerous. I mean, we've already pretty much cleared it all out. Bear! Look at that bear killing that goat. Good on him. Eat good, bear. Eat good. What's down here? I have a quest marker here. Oh, it's right over there. Anything interesting before I fast travel up to the Greybeards? This is basically where the stream ends tonight. On a little adventure. Because, like I said, that's where the stream ends. Looks like there might be something behind this waterfall. Ow! Bad. Anything back here? Really? Really, game? How very uncreative. Oh. Perhaps I spoke too soon. What is this? Oh. I hear danger sounds. I don't see danger. Something has apparently killed a Stormcloak and quite a few people. Ah, a troll of some sort. Well, I believe they're particularly susceptible to flames, so I don't think normal trolls are as dangerous as frost trolls. Oh yeah, he does not like fire. How often you get to see a troll run? Okay. He did eventually start doing damage. Oh, Uthgard! Nice! Take some of his fat. Oh, that fat. Non-broken down human remains. Yay. What were you reading? What a thing to die with. Chimar the Medium. Because everyone has to have their hobbies. A note. Take both those things. Oh, that's a nice vein to know about. In this case, we're just gonna have to let people, you know, their families know where they died and come get their stuff. I can't carry every little bit of gear I find out and about. Try to put them in a more flattering position than where they were, but you never really do that. At least she's not laying face down in the mud. I'll rest this guy's head up a little bit. There we go. Now, what were y'all doing out here? Well, one of them was a captain. I guess him. Given he was carrying the letter. There were multiple complaints about attacks near the river northwest of the rift. We could use some civilian support from that area for the war effort, so send a few men to investigate. It's probably just a couple of wolves, so you only need to send, at most, 2 men. Happy hunting. Ah! It wasn't the captain. He just sent a couple of his men out to deal with the problem. And, very sadly, was not, in fact, a couple of wolves. Appreciate the hustle, I suppose, for the war effort. There's honor in that. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Serving what you believe to be an honorable cause, while also helping people out at the same time. Situation that helps both people. Ooh, a saber cat down there. Probably don't want to mess with that guy. Don't know what he's running around doing. The prancing. He is on a patrol route of some sort. Not that I'm necessarily condoning the Stormcloak Rebellion. That is a question for another day. We finally get to that part of the story. We got about 20 more minutes. We have time to, like, sort of discover one other thing before we make our way up to the Greybeards. Try to give Gibbon as much to edit this time as possible. Ugh. Don't want to get myself killed here. I'll be very careful. Horse physics are great for climbing up 9 degrees, but not for descending. Interesting little pass. Come on, come on, come on. Behave. He did it. Well done. So what's around here? There's some interesting stuff down, but I figure this path leads up somewhere too. Perhaps it's just a continuation of that path we were just on earlier. Likely so. There's a roadblock here. How odd. Just marking this as a corner of the pass, I see. I think it leads back up to the village, no doubt. No, it doesn't. So, we have cause to explore. And we'll explore down, and then we'll be off. I don't need to kill that goat. It was not the goat who wronged me earlier. Try not to hold a grudge against the entire species. Oh dear. This is not a happy fate. Like whatever caused it is long gone now. As well as whoever resided there. Well, I suppose I could travel down it. Yes, that's where we were. So that's what this pass is. Passage. Continuation of that route. We were originally on, down by the river. So I understand what was killing people out there, but I don't... Never heard of a troll burning down a hut. Or destroying it wholeheartedly. It's possible a troll could tear the walls down in such a place. A spell book. Ah. Conjuration magic. That is, probably your explanation. Probably a fire avatar or something else. Failure trying to summon something from beyond the grave. Or from one of the various Daedric realms. Or Adric, I suppose. Is there another path up that way? Here's so. Not yet to anything useful. I had to guess that might be... No, I don't think that's the route to the Ebony Warrior. Let's check down and then make our way up to the Greybeards. Like we said, stay on task. Oh. Trying not to kill our horse in the process. Wow. Wait, this steep route. Who travels along this pass? Used for. Well, there's the couple of wolves that are hypothesized being a problem earlier. This is what interests me primarily right now. Oh! Oh no! I apparently met the same fate as that guy over there. But I don't know if I'm actually dead. I'm alive? The horse broke my fall. That's so sad. Well, we're gonna let this go. Oh man. I may have been stabbed in the back. Our horse is dead. That's so sad. We're just gonna reload the save because we didn't really learn anything actually valuable since we quick saved. Or do anything of value either. That was brutal though. We never got to see what was on the other side of that thingy. The tree, I mean. Tree thingy, same thing. Well, in honor of the horse, we gotta find our way back up there. Not happy about the death of my horse.
Nobody here now.
Mike! Ow! Mike! What is this? Why is there a flame atronach here, Mike? Yeah, you know... It being resistant to flames does, I suppose, check out. But why is it here, Mike? If you don't know Mike, you don't know Skyrim. There's somebody here.
Dragons were never gone. They were just invisible and very, very quiet. Where bears? Where? Bears? Men that are bears?
You gotta love Maik. So Maik just randomly pops up throughout Skyrim. And just says random stuff that no one knows if they're true or false. Pretty neat. It's one of those things you just fall in love with in the game. I've actually only personally encountered him a couple of times. That's the second time I've ever met Maik. He's just vibing there. With a flame atronach. Suspicious as ever. But you never know with that guy. He is called Maik the Liar. That looks like an interesting place to go too. I have to do both.
Never should have come.
Oh. You do not deserve a better face than my horse. I'm gonna resist killing you just to let you have it. This is pretty savage, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I just realized she may have had like a letter explaining what she was doing here. I wonder if... No. We're not getting that anytime soon. She gone. What's going on up here? Really another dead bandit down there, but... Well... Let's see. There's something like right here. Now we'll have no choice but to investigate up the mountain. This would be a bandit hideout of some sort. That's my guess. Doesn't explain how that bandit down there died. No, it's not a bandit hideout. Oh, perfectly quizzical. So many things to explore in this game. We will never again talk about, by the way, the voice crack that happened when I saw Mike. Did not happen. They're wolves? Skeevers? What's chasing me? What? Did you... Did you climb back up here? This is the same one. There's no way you actually survived. She doesn't even have, like... There's no answers on her body as to, like, what's going on up here either. Does she have a twin? Like, I have to know now. What? Oh, perfectly quizzical. Wonder if Uthred will do her job. Probably not. Probably not. Leave me to fight these wolves all on my lonesome. Nowhere to be found. Probably found a way to fall off the waterfall, to be honest. Alright. Anything back here of interest? No. Okay. Well, easiest way to return to a quick save is to subject myself to the same fate as my horse. His fate shall be the same as ours. For the honor of glue! I'm so glad to have you back, Glue. That's his name now. Henceforth, you shall be known as Glue. Alright, well, after all those shenanigans, here we are at High Hrothgar. Find our way inside once the game lets me off of Glue. What a perfect name. The Gru. But even better. To be fair, I had a cow named Hammy. So it only makes sense that I would have a horse named Glue.
Sky, guard you.
Hello, Arngir. I need to learn the shout used to defeat Alduin.
Who have you been talking to?
Should I tell him where I found it? Ask him why it matters? Tell him it doesn't matter? Or tell him, just answer his question directly. Probably the quickest way through the conversation. I consider it the most reasonable. But perhaps they could kill two birds with one stone by telling him it was recorded on Alduin's wall. And get away with not having to deal with the complexity of how he feels with the blades. At the same time, we don't know if we want to really hide that from him or if we want to get his side of the story. We probably should. I feel like it's only fair. We're also wearing Blade's armor, so, you know, you might have some idea. The Blades helped me find out about it.
The Blades, of course. They specialize in meddling in matters they barely understand. Their reckless arrogance knows no bounds. They have always sought to turn the Dragonborn from the path of wisdom. Have you learned nothing from us? Would you simply be a tool in the hands of the Blades to be used for their own purposes?
That's rather aggressive. So I have three ways of telling him off. One is just be straightforward and kind. Kind of calm him down, rise above. One that is kind of an accusation against his tone. To make him, you know, press the matter of, hey, you oughta, you know, cut it out if you want to be as good as, you know, that kind of person. Oh no, that's not. Ah, oh, damn it! This isn't the option I wanted. Well, yes, you have. I hate this game. I legitimately hate this game sometimes. Let's try it again. So option 2 lets us kind of do what we did in number 1, but doesn't like completely refute his point. But describes them as helping me. So I guess it kind of does. But it also like very clearly makes him see that he's out of line. And the last one's kind of just as passive aggressive as his was. So probably not the way to go.
Who have you been talking to?
I'm gonna do the second.
The Blades, of course. They specialize in meddling in matters they barely understand. Their reckless arrogance knows no bounds. They have always sought to turn the dragon. Have you learned nothing from us? Would you simply be a tool in the hands of the Blades to be used for their own purposes?
The thing is here we can immediately return tit for tat or kind of delay it. Take the more passive one, the high road. And though the second one should be done eventually if he keeps going down that path, maybe the first would be better. Kind of take the whole heat down. If he was already heated, getting an argument might just push the matter further. That's a tough one. I don't know if I fully agree with the statement that Blades just wanted to defeat Alduin, though. So, I don't think that one's fair either. Do that one.
No, of course not.
The one we originally did, of course.
I have been intemperate with you, but heed my warning. The Blades may say they serve the Dragonborn, but they do not. They never have.
I wish we'd have a chance to converse with them more about that, but our only option is, so, can you teach me this shout?
No. I cannot teach it to you, because I do not know it. It is called Dragonrend, but its words of power are unknown to us. We do not regret this loss. Dragonrend holds no place within the way of the voice.
What's so bad about Dragonrend? But, he didn't already elaborate on that, so he might not want to push the matter further. I don't know if I need to know, as much as I need to know, like, the core of my line of questioning is how do we defeat Alduin? And if the first, this needs to be answered, second one, make that happen, we'll get to it.
Only Paarthurnax, the master of our order, can answer that question.
if he so chooses.
I need to speak with him then.
You weren't ready, you still aren't ready. But, thanks to the blades, you now have questions that only Parthenax can answer.
Who is
He is our
Parthenax?
leader. He surpasses us all in his mastery of the way of the voice.
Why haven't I met
He
him
lives
yet?
in seclusion on the very peak of the mountain. He speaks to us only rarely, and never to outsiders. Being allowed to see him is a great privilege.
How do I get to the top of the mountain to see him?
Only those whose voice is strong can find the path. We will teach you a shout to open the way to Parthenax.
Thought I wasn't ready, but I guess they're gonna force the issue, make me physically ready, even though I'm not internally ready, internally. And they're just gonna hope that fate finds a way to make my heart prepared for what I'm about to encounter. But there's a lot of philosophical questions when it comes to withholding answers. It's kind of the Obi-Wan Kenobi dilemma. We can start that as our discussion topic for next time, because right after this I do need to blast out of here to run into the store. Honestly, they're about to go teach it to me. I should just call it here. Yeah. We'll call it here, and then we will get to that answer next time. So, thank you all for watching. Dragonborn's gonna sign off here. Boop. And now I'm gonna sign off. So, both Jack of Clubs saying goodnight. I'd like to thank all of you who came out to watch tonight. Appreciate it very much. Everyone was here. Everyone who interacted with the stream, and those who didn't. We love you all, and hope that you enjoyed yourself, and that you come back later. You know, there's plenty of places you can follow us for free to further get more content to enjoy. All of that can be found in the descriptions on any of our platforms. Thank you again so much. God bless, Godspeed, and good night, everyone.